And we're live. Roll up, everybody. One man, gather, come join. One man went to mow. You know when we do it, you know where we do it, and you know why we do it. Your friendly neighborhood or your man presents himself again. All that is needed now is your company. So gather, come join. One man went to mow. It's that time of the day again. How have you missed me?
Missing someone, love with all your heart. Missing someone, love with heart. How much you miss it, and you deserve. Right from the start, and you did right from the start.
A crime has been committed within the West African state known as Nigeria. A languid, elderly-looking Hausa man was seen shuffling from the space. A Hausa Fulani man identified as the Aboki called Malam Buhari. Buhari has been a bad boy. Gather, come join.
Missing someone, is as normal. Missing someone, and missing someone.
Okay, enough of that. So first, before we kick off with anything, and not in the direction of the afternoon session, some of you may have joined me in the afternoon. I was free-flowing for a good half an hour, making all these witty acerbic remarks and laughing at my own jokes, only to realize half an hour, 40 minutes in, that the audio was not even on. But hopefully and thankfully, the audio is on now. So straight into it we go, and we go immediately to the DSS taking hold of Abaribe narrative. So true or false, this is a narration that is out there. Dot Nation, Senate Minority Leader Abaribe speaks on alleged arrest by the Department of State Services. So that is something we're going to explore. Just bear with me because it's sequenced in a particular order. So let me see if I've got that order for you. So okay, let's actually take it from that point. So a lot of you would have, of course, heard that Senator Abaribe is having some sort of controversy with regards to the DSS, to the point that he was picked up. But the backdrop to that, now the backstory to that, or what exactly happened there, is about to be narrated by Abaribe himself. So again, the headline, if I can just get onto that page, Dot Nation, Senate Minority Leader Abaribe speaks on alleged arrest by Department of State Services. So now let's not find out exactly what is going on here. Senate Minority Leader Senator Eyinaya Abaribe has described a report circulating on social media that he has been arrested by the Department of State Services as false. The report had claimed the senator was arrested at Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, where he had gone to attend a function. Reacting through his spokesman, Uche Ewon, Abaribe said he was not arrested nor accosted by security operatives. It is not true. We are here in the office together. I am with the senator here. Some guys are mismanaging social media. because this thing pops up to remind them that he was arrested 3 years ago. 3 years ago he was arrested. Today is the anniversary of it. So somebody just quickly claimed he has been arrested. The senator is here in his office, his media aide told correspondents. Abaribe had been very critical of President Muhammadu Buhari and his administration's policies in the last 6 years. Abaribe earlier in the week wore a t-shirt branded the .Nation. This was clearly in reference to a statement made by President Muhammadu Buhari earlier in June when he described the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB as a .Nation with limited access. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. Even if they want to exit, they'll have no access to anywhere, and the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses and properties, I don't think IPOB knows what they are talking about, he said. So that is the knocking on the head, presumably, of that narrative of Abaribe being picked up by the DSS. But then, of course, the DSS has come out to have their say on that matter too. DSS debunks rumors of Senator Abaribe's arrest over .Nation t-shirt. So fake news essentially is what is imagined as the case here. Somebody being mischievous. To the point though that the senator himself and an agency of state has had to come to the media space to set the record straight. Again, the headline: DSS debunks rumors of Senator Abaribe's arrest over .Nation t-shirt. So let's now see what they have to say. The Department of State Services DSS has called on the general public to disregard reports that Abia Senator Enyinaya Abaribe has been arrested by the agency. On Wednesday, a report went viral on social media that the controversial senator was arrested for wearing a t-shirt with the inscription .Nation. Another report alleged he was arrested in Transcorp Hotel in Abuja during a function. The agency, in response to inquiries by correspondents on Thursday, disclosed that no such thing ever happened. So that is just the cut and thrust of that one. So but the cut and thrust of this one now, a sick note is off again. You all know the routine. They're every regular as clockwork every 6 weeks. Off it pops again. President Buhari jets out to London for medical appointment, so he might as well be running the country from London, because running it from Nigeria has not served purpose so far. So maybe he should just stay in London and carry on. Again, the headline: President Buhari jets out to London for medical appointment. So now let's now see what sick note is up to this time around. President Buhari will on Friday, June the 25th, leave Nigeria to the United Kingdom for a medical appointment. This was disclosed in a statement released by the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. He is expected back in the country in the second week of July. Read the statement below. President Muhammadu Buhari will proceed to London, United Kingdom on Friday, June the 25th, 2021 for a scheduled medical follow-up. He is due back in the country during the second week of July 2021. Somebody has actually been keeping records of just how often this guy goes missing within the Nigerian space. So I joked, but really to all intents and purposes, the guy could essentially be ruling the country from London. So now let me now go to this. Let's go to the DEJI ADEYANJU story, essentially advising or commenting that the PDP will be better served without ATIKU Abubakar. So that headline, ADEYANJU: PDP has rejected ATIKU's 2023 bid, may field Tambuwal or Bala Mohammed. So two northern names again. So it looks as though now that power shift is not something that is resonating with the PDP. Again, the headline: PDP has rejected ATIKU's 2023 bid, may field Tambuwal or Bala Mohammed. So let's now see now how the activist is interfering in party politics. Activist DEJI ADEYANJU has weighed in on a brewing crisis in the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP. ADEYANJU, who is also a former spokesman of now I never knew this, but this just tells you that it's just swings and roundabouts with these people. So apparently ADEYANJU was a spokesperson for the PDP. So it goes on. ADEYANJU, who is also a former spokesman of the party, disclosed that certain elements of the party are not in support of former Vice President ATIKU Abubakar's bid to contest for the party's ticket again in 2023. He revealed that Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal and Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed are the two politicians currently being considered for the party's 2023 presidential election. He wrote on social media, PDP stakeholders want to present Tambuwal or Bala Mohammed, both serving governors, as presidential candidates, or someone from the south and someone from the south as a vice president in 2023. They say everyone is tired of the Dubai man with dollars. Why won't you guys present him now? I want to see you guys in opposition for 16 years. Many of them are so pained that the man abandoned their party after election and relocated to Dubai for 2 years, but is now back to start campaign for another ticket. The only way PDP can get real sense is if they spend 16 years in opposition. APC should present an acceptable candidate in 2023. Another calculation is that if APC gives Goodluck Ebele Jonathan ticket for just 4 years, Bala Mohammed and some PDP governors will defect with him and the PDP might become empty, but the law has technically barred Jonathan from contesting the next election. So I'm not quite sure which law bars Jonathan pardon me. So I'm not quite sure which law bars Jonathan from contesting the next election, because of course the law actually gave him the free pass, the leeway to contest the 2015 election, which he lost. So to all intents and purposes, Goodluck Jonathan still has 1 term to serve if he so chooses to contest again. So I'm not quite sure which law DEJI ADEYANJU is quoting there. Maybe it's a Showorel written law, some nonsense that is coming up with in his own head. So there was one more, actually a few more stories that I was intending to bring you. There was this particular story that I did a while ago. I wanted to bring you a story on Obaseki seeking to retrieve some of the Benin bronzes from abroad, so I might save that one for later. But there was this story that I brought you a while ago about a woman who had set the world record for having 10 babies all at once. There's a follow-up on that story, so let me bring you that instead. South African woman who said she had given birth to a world record-breaking 10 babies fabricated the pregnancy, officials confirm. So there you have it. GBT is not just the purview of the Nigerian person. All over the world they are all the same, especially within their African space. South African woman who said she had given birth to a world record breaking 10 babies fabricated the pregnancy, a headline attributed to officials. So now let's see what this is all about. Gosieme Sitole, the South African woman who this month made the headlines after saying she had given birth to a world record breaking 10 babies, fabricated the story pardon me fabricated the story. It has been revealed. Sitole, 37, said she had 7 boys and 3 girls in Pretoria this month, but doubts about her claim emerged when the supposed father, Teboho, said he had yet to meet his children and accused his lover of a hoax to make money. So we can see her heavily pregnant, but I'm not quite sure how this plays out. Miss Sitole was then admitted to a psychiatric hospital after an investigation into her claim about birthing the dectuplets. It was revealed that doctors in Tembasi Hospital near the South African capital found Miss Sitole did not give birth to any babies in recent times. The report conducted by the local government officials added it has also been established that she was not pregnant in recent times. In a statement, the Gauteng provincial government said Ms. Sitole was admitted to Tembasi Hospital on 18th of June 2021 and various medical tests were conducted on her to determine her state of health. Initially, she was meant to be kept in hospital for 72 hours, which lapsed on Tuesday. Upon completing their preliminary examination, the doctors recommended that she be kept at the hospital for a further 7 days for further observations in accordance with the Mental Health Act. It has now been established by medical practitioners that Ms. Sitole did not give birth to any babies in recent times. It has also been established that she has not been pregnant. So it goes on and on, but it tells off essentially to just tell us now that that lady did not actually give birth or completely made up. So she's probably just wearing some clothes under her dress to pad her stomach out and just put this story out there. A funny one, because I was quite taken by that story, but alas, fabula mouth. But this is not fabula mouth, and this one is especially guided out of VA. Buhari was in Borno not that long ago, and one of the contributors here was pointing to the fact that there was such a crowd welcoming him, and he was saying that that is testament to the fact that he's popular in the north. And I was explaining to that contributor that that is not actually what happens. What usually happens when these people visit is that civil servants are given the day off and given monies as incentive and asked to line up the streets. So to add on to what I suggested, guys, I bring you this update: how Borno school suspended 30 nursing students for not welcoming Buhari during president's visit. So exactly as I said, this is what goes on. School children are let out of school for that day. Civil servants are left out of their offices for that day. They are made to line the streets, to carry pictures and posters and flags to show some appearance of the president or the visiting dignitary being popular there. This is what goes on, and it is widely known. Rent a crowd, it is called, as again, how Borno school suspended 30 nursing students for not welcoming Buhari during president's visit. So now let's now see how this boju has been unveiled. At least 30 students have been suspended by the management of Borno State College of Nursing and Midwifery for refusing to welcome President Muhammadu Buhari when he visited the state on June the 17th. A letter of suspension from the college to one of the students had been obtained by correspondence, which showed that they were suspended for 1 week from June the 21st to June the 28th over the action. The letter reads, "You are hereby suspended from the college for 1 week with effect from today, 21st of June 2021, for disobedience of executive order to welcome the President of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR-GCON, on the 17th of June 2021. You are expected to report back to the college on the 28th of June 2021 alongside your parent or guardian." Speaking to correspondents, a staff member of the school said about 30 students were affected. 30 of the students were suspended, not one. I don't know when it now became compulsory to go and greet the president in the sun. Even We staff members were forced to go and welcome him, he said. Correspondents had, on June the 17th, reported that the state governor, Babagana Zulum, paid 350 million naira to mobilize the crowd for the visit of Buhari to the state. It had been disclosed that the governor considered the spending necessary to ensure that the Nigerian leader was not booed during his official visit to the state on Thursday. Correspondents had reported that there were fears ahead of the president's visit that he would be greeted by protesters or booed because of the insecurity in the state. It cost Zulum 350 million naira to mobilize the crowd, they touted as Buhari supporters, a source in Borno state government had told correspondents. When President Muhammadu Buhari visited Lagos last week, they had to fly him over the city in a chopper because of a hostile crowd, another source had added. Governor Zulum had earlier urged residents to show appreciation to President Buhari during his visit. The governor, in a statewide broadcast on Tuesday, gave reasons the people of the state should honor the president when he visited Maiduguri. Maiduguri is the epicenter of insurgency war in Nigeria. The state has been at the end of incessant deadly attacks by terrorist groups Boko Haram and the Islamic State West African province ISWAP, and many residents have grown frustrated with the Buhari government. Ahead of his election in 2015, Buhari promised to defeat Boko Haram, but 6 years into his government, that promise has not been fulfilled. In February 2020, residents of the state booed the president as his convoy drove in, and when it was leaving Maiduguri, Borno State, during a condolence visit, the residents were heard shouting in Hausa, "Bamaso Kasumu Akunya." So Bamaso Ka Samu Akunya, Bamaso Ka Samu Akunya. So that's the chant, meaning we don't want you because you have disappointed us. Buhari, during his recent visit to Borno, however, said he was committed to serving Nigerians as a result of the love they have shown him. So there you have it now, the ridiculousness of it. But how ridiculous just do you find it? Ovie, we see you. Baba Akure, we see you showing off your garden. Victor, we see you. Adale Koko, we see you. And Ola, we see you too. It's nice to see you out enjoying the weather. The sun must be out in Canada. Baba Akure.
Yeah, this is just about 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay. So is this barbecue day? Are you doing barbecue?
I was just at my backyard just to get a little fresh air.
Why not? You know,
if Nigeria don't allow you that, then you allow. I mean,
this is it. The lifestyle of the rich and famous.
Oh,
you look younger outside. Younger outside.
No, well, it's a young man. But the person that is not looking younger though is Buhari. Is on that sick note. Is off again to London to go and collect his every six weeks injection. What is going on here? Sick note.
Well, you want to come in?
No, Baba Kore, you go first. Yeah, carry on.
This afternoon I was listening to Koiki media, and I heard from him stated that Buhari has already is going to jet out to London tomorrow to maybe for a few days. But according to him, he was saying maybe because of the rally that is going to take place in Lagos. Maybe that is the reason behind that. Because based on him, he believed that every time that he jet out like that, sometimes he just want to cover his face from what might happen during the rally. So it,
I don't think I don't think that really holds. It was there during it. Hey, he's in Abuja now. Nobody is going to dare come. Yeah, that guy doesn't care.
That is true anyway, but nothing is going to happen in Lagos as well. If it's over, it's not home. So well, it is that is the situation we find ourselves, and we hope if we still continue as one country, this will never repeat itself, because you cannot see United States president jet out to Germany to go and receive medical treatment. As a matter of fact, all the presidents, even the past, I think they have to go to St. Andrew medical.
Is it not Camp David or something that? Yeah.
Sorry, Baba Kure. The French president came to Kalakuta Republic to smoke Igbo now. Is that not no car? That's medication too.
Yes, Macron.
The issue is that
the champion of the Igbo smokers.
You
Kalakuta Republic.
They never catch you. They never catch you off guard. You have to have something to say anyway to defend.
You know that Macron worked in Nigeria when he was younger. He used to work in Lagos.
That was when Nigeria was Nigeria.
Yeah, so he remembers fella quite well. But back to Buhari, Babakure.
So it is very shameful. It is wasting of money, because every single time that they travel like that, remember they have to give him a extra code. They have to because remember, when they travel out either on official duty or on their personal, they have to pay them for that.
Have you noticed something, Baba Kure? And if you haven't, try and pay attention from here on in. Whenever that guy is traveling, there's always some guy behind him carrying this heavy briefcase. That briefcase is my suspicion that is filled with dollars.
The issue is that one man, right? When you talking about all that, it is not new. It is not new, right?
Oh because my God!
Remember, these people, nobody is checking them.
Woof.
Exactly, they can carry as many as they want. It is me and you. They will be scrutinized because they are using diplomatic passport. So immediately they pass through the justice. Somebody carry their bag. Even immigration will pass them one time. They are not going to pass through the same place that me and you will pass.
No, the immigration is attention. They will just stand at salute attention as the guy strolls on.
Exactly. That is why these people have a lot of money. Most of this money is transporting through that channel. They took it along.
And when they get to the other end, nobody will check them as well. Who is going to check the president of Nigeria?
Because it is the president is using diplomatic passport. It is one protocol officer that will just come over there and take the passport away and just stamp it and give it to him and they go. So nobody's going to trouble them. So
no wonder they are so aggressive chasing. Sorry, carry on.
So you can if it is a country that is really I'm not going to say that here because
it's a zoo now. According to Kanu, it's a zoo.
A lot of things is going on, and I can tell you see most of these people dealing with illegal something, because nobody is checking them. They just go through it one time and they're gone. So, if it is just ordinary person, they can scrutinize that person and.
No wonder the scramble is so aggressive to be the Nigerian president. But ADEYANJU is telling us now that the permutations in PDP, now seeks to exclude ATIKU Abubakar. That is no longer fit. It says that they are actually unhappy with him within their party, because of course he lives in Dubai, and they are just balking at the idea that this guy that lives in Dubai is always just anytime there is election he will come in with bags of dollars and start to throw his weight around. So Bala Mohammed and which other name is he telling us? So Bala Mohammed and Tambuwal. This is what he's saying.
The ADEYANJU is right, because even this afternoon I was watching one movie, and I told my wife, I said, look at these people now. I think I was watching documentary about terrorism and how they connected and affect how they bomb some places in US, and I saw the officers put in to track these people down. Then I saw some politicians how they call them out very fast to have meeting. Then I now said to myself, I said, look at these people now. They are working to see what they can do for their own country. But in our case, it is reverse. Reverse is the case. Our politicians, what they are doing is that what the country can do for them, not what they can do for the country. So the issue of Atiku Abubakar, that is why I say that, because he is thinking about what the country can do for him, not what he what he wants to do for the country. Look at it, because you cannot face
the names the ADEYANJU is coming up with is telling us essentially that the PDP are not looking to, to zone to the south, because it's talking of Aminu Tambuwal and Bala Mohammed. So, I mean, are we now saying we're going to be ruled forever by what is going on?
The issue is that we'll be discussing about this the same issue over and over on this platform, right? These people, even if they zone south, if they zone the two tickets, APC and PDP to the south, I am telling you, these people, a party will emerge in the north that they will vote for. I'm telling you, you just mark my word. So that is what we are seeing right now, right? That is what we are seeing right now. That is, I heard from Mogalu the other day, I think it was 2 days ago, where in the news they mentioned his name, and he said that according to the way things are going now, he didn't see PDP and APC zone the ticket to the southeast. So in other words, they have to embrace another party.
Yes. Do you know that wasn't Kingsley Mogalu though? That was a different, because I saw that story too, and I was said to check it out, and it was a different Mogalu.
Oh, okay, but Mogalu, I never knew that it was not Kingsley anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was what I heard, I think 2 days ago. So we can see what is going on right now. So it is not new to me. I studied them very well. I studied northern part of Nigeria very well, and I know what they're capable of. I am telling you, if the two tickets go to the south, they will bring another party in the north that they will support. What they are trying to do is that they want to follow the footsteps of Buhari. The issue of Fulanization has to be continued. That is what is going on.
I'm not quite sure how that will play out though. If we have, I'm not sure that the south can carry the weight of a northern president, because they are quietening down all these agitations now from Oduduwa and Biafra. But then if they present yet another set of abokis to say another round of aboki, I don't think we can carry that weight,
The issue
that might well be the thing that we need to just break away once.
Let me tell you something. You see those people, you see your friend from your brother from vice president. He is, when we say somebody is jam talking, he's just jam talking. He's just talking rubbish in his mouth. When he said those who is fighting for secession and all kind of thing, they will be disarmed. All these people, they are talking in parable, right? I am telling you, most of them in one way or the other know exactly what is going on, but they don't want to, because it is volatile. They want to be very careful. It's just like when you put petrol in the petrol to the bush, and you light it with fire. So right now the bush they have already put petrol in the bush right now. So he just caution of what he will say so that it will light up everything. That is what most of these people are doing. I am saying
it's a very good analogy, because whoever comes in to replace this guy will be firefighting. I was doing the afternoon session that I was doing. They were discussing the Nigerian economy and the level of borrowing. Nigeria, it's up by about 300%. The borrowing now. I was quoting the figures, but I don't know the figures offhand. And this Ahmed, whatever, the finance minister, was saying that the borrowing is 29% of the economy to GDP, and Okonjo-Iweala is telling us it's 35%, and they tell us that they will continue to borrow. So the debt is already, it was 12 trillion or something under in 2015, and it's about 33 trillion now. Yes, so it's gone up over 200%, and there is nothing to show for it, and they continue to borrow. So I mean, whoever comes in is going to firefight. They are going to fight because sorry, Baba, all these headsmen and this thing that we're saying they are disturbing us, they are not disturbing us, so they are just taking it easy still because Buhari is there. If Buhari leaves, they will unleash, and when they unleash, it's just going to burn, you know.
The issue is that either 25% or 10% or 29% and 35% is just little margin between the two figures, right? And I can assure you, as you said, nothing show for it. They use it to pay for themselves.
Yeah, a stock code, as you said.
They used to pay their bills because they don't have money. Economy is not going, and I mean, an economy is not moving. So they used to pay their. Look at how much money they spent on House of Assembly last year or last year before the last 35 billion naira, and that House of Assembly is leaking right now. And I can assure you, in the next 2 weeks, they will, or maybe they've already signed check for that anyway. They will borrow money to do that again. Maybe before you know what's happening, they will tell us that okay, which is now what happened to it is 50 billion. 50 billion they have to use to repair it. So that is what
they're already making that noise, you know. They're already making that. They're already making that noise because Lawan came out in the news just immediately after that water leak to say that the money to renovate has not been approved. So that tells you that they're after more money.
You see,
exactly. So before you
sorry, carry on, Baba, correct.
Before they finish these 2 years, right? Hopefully the country debt is not going to go to 50%. So which means more people will go on poverty. Right now they have 100 million. Maybe the whole population will go on poverty level. And
that is you know, because Madam Ngozi, of course, she's the lead person, the czar of the World Trade Organization. So you will go with Madam Ngozi's figures more than you will go with some Fulani woman that they've just told her she's a minister. So 35%.
She know what she's doing. She doesn't know what she's
doing. She doesn't know anything. She's just there to just order to go for lunch and and then she's just there to make noise. So we'll go with Madam Ngozi's figures. But the more reason why we will go with Madam Ngozi's figures. Madam Ngozi is World Trade Organization, but the World Bank itself, which is a different organization, told us that Nigeria has regressed by 1 decade, 10 years. This we covered that in the afternoon session as well. That Nigeria has gone back to 10 years, and at the end of 2021, Nigeria will be at the point that they were at in 2010. So we've gone back 10, 11 years under this guy. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead.
No, because they were making the attribution that yes, there's an element of C19, but Nigeria has gone through 2 recessions under this Buhari administration. One in 2016, which is as soon as it came in, the economy collapsed, and that recession, they said it was the worst that we have had in 4 decades. The last time we had recession like that was in 1987. So a total repudiation of Buhari, that was in 2016, just after he came in. So that tells you then that he did not win the popular vote, and the international community don't have any confidence in him. And then again in 2020, that a little bit attributed to C19. But what the World Bank was saying was that it is really as a result of poor policy positioning that is regressing the country. So this is an obvious narrative that guy is going to set us back by decades. Baba, correct?
Yeah, there is no doubt about that. I think I agree with what the World Bank said, because this started with the issue of nepotism in the public service, where you see one region only dominate the position of authority. Because if you look at Jonathan, though there was a corruption, but it's not as bad as this at that time, because it was mixed with every region. Okay, now the same minister of finance that we're talking about, what does she know?
Nothing.
Exactly. So when you
Zainab Ahmed, who has heard of Zainab Ahmed outside of Nigeria? Internationally, Ngozi was from World Trade Organization to World Bank everywhere.
World Bank. So
yes.
if you put incompetent person in a position, that is the result you will get. That is the result you will get. That is why our security, there is nothing to write about home, and economy, nothing to write home about it. Any aspect you can talk about. Any aspect you can talk about.
Okay, Baba, correct. Just before I take another voice, I'm not sure if you are interested in this narrative or not. I was doing a story on some woman from South Africa that claimed she had given birth to 10 babies all in one go. The couplets, I think it's called, the first ever in the world. But apparently, alas, she did not even give birth to a single person, which rather disappoints me really. It's just they took her for tests. She's now in a psychiatric hospital, but Africans and their GBT and wayo ways.
But I think I saw the picture of the woman from South Africa with.
She wasn't even pregnant. She's either sometimes they have this thing that they can wear. She's just padded herself up to look the part. They took her to hospital. And the hospital checked her that she has not been pregnant any time in years, to the point that the hospital detained her and passed her over to the psychiatric unit. That this one is not.
I think she had baby, because there was a picture of a baby. I mean, some baby going on in the hospital with her.
Yes, I saw that too. I even did this.
As a matter of fact, it came out of news anyway. But it's very surprising that things like that can happen anyway.
But if that was a lie, then that is the most ridiculous lie to tell, because it's easily. I mean, you are saying you are having world record children, and of course the whole world will come and visit you to see this marvel, and then it turns out to be a lie. It's most foolish.
And remember, on this show, you did, even you as a person, you specifically mentioned what the woman will be going through based on
yes, the struggles. Yes.
At the same time, even me, I was saying that, boy, this is going to be very hard on this woman. But like Yoruba always said, one niti oba igba ishu. How do you guys go?
Who is doing the laughing? Who is laughing? You see? You see? Your wife is mocking. You have turned into a Jebota in Canada. Look at that. You have to change your name from Baba Akoreo. No, it's not Toronto Papa.
If you plant 200 yam and you tell the whole world that you planted 400, when you finish that 200 original yam that you planted, then you will also eat the 200 lies that you planted.
There you go.
That is what Yoruba proverbs say. So that is the saying that that woman find herself anyway, because everybody will be so ashamed of herself right now.
Look at that. Baba Akure, we must banish you from using Baba Akure now, because you are Toronto Baba now. And when you can't even learn the Yoruba proverb, you are claiming Akure. Thank you, Baba Akure. Ovie, we see you. We were having this conversation not that long ago when you were applauding Buhari for how he was celebrated in Borno, but alas, rent a crowd exactly as I said. So to that space, Ovie, and of course, maybe we just abandon this Senator Abaribe narrative, because it looks as though that has been abandoned. And your poster, your Hollywood superstar, your poster friend, is on a sick note again. to go and collect his regular inject every six weeks now. Who is paying the bills for all this? So this is Nigeria. Everybody na criminal. Ovie, good to see you.
Thank you. I mean, that of Buhari, I envy him. I mean, a man who has worked all his life and decided to retire to his village. We gotta go beg and make it come. Say no, it's better he's come to Asu Rock and spend his retirement age. I mean, I envy him. That's the kind of life every human being dream of, you know. And he's living a very large.
Just to ask, if Buhari wasn't the president of Nigeria, do you think he will be alive today as we speak?
Well, I mean, nobody can tell that.
Well, nobody can tell, but would he have been able to afford the level of medical intervention that is needed for him to?
You don't forget, say, in our state they take care of him from day one. It's been the state.
It's
a former head of state.
It gets different type of person where we they call government picking for Lagos. So Buhari na government picking now.
Now then get the country from day one. They so you know, I can understand. That's why I say you don't retire. We go beg and come and live his retirement house in this government state house. But to that bonus space though, and to DEJI and ADEYANJU's permutations regarding ATIKU Abubakar. So speak to that. Yeah, but before I speak to that, I would like to speak about the setback that Okonjo-Iweala said that Buhari has said over.
Not Okonjo-Iweala. The World Bank said that, but Okonjo-Iweala said that the debt to GDP ratio has increased from 29% to 35% quite sharply, and then the World Bank in a separate public statement said Nigeria has regressed by a decade under Buhari due to bad policy and just looting.
I'm not a practicing Christian, but I read Bible just the way I read every other book out there. But the Bible said the true test of a prophet is that what he or she said shall come to pass. I said,
look at that. You want to go. You want to go and start church because you do guesswork on Facebook. How many things have you said that is because you do guesswork on Facebook? You want to go and start church?
See, that is now this kind of thing. Now our brother Moses go Philip saying the narrative is intelligent. This is not a guesswork. I said this 2 days after he won primary election. The first primary election held in Lagos, Tessin Balogun. 2 days after that, even before he won the presidency, now I make that statement. So it is not a guesswork got in that. I worked for it. So that of the.
But I had already even given you the credit before you said anything, or did I not already give you the credit?
No, I mean.
You want to chop it belefu? Oh yeah, carry on.
No, as I say, I always say that I speak to the future. As time goes on, most of my side, I want you to have a sarcastic and all that.
All right, speak to the future.
For that no crowd, if they say the government of the day, which is APC by the way, spend 350 million.
Why did you talk to
the people in the streets? What did the opposition party spend to make sure they counter protest the street?
They don't have to spend anything because it's a non-thing.
Why you talk like this now? Why they play as if say you even in London there? You know how it goes down. Money has to be spent. Either not giving them directly, but to mobilize people to come out. Either way you put them on like this. But what is the opposition party doing? Nothing. No,
the opposition party doesn't have to spend because they don't have the war chest. What they do is you have to be strategic in how you spend. You don't just counter everything. You have to be strategic in.
Give it to the man that is winning. Is
winning what? Has it not been exposed now? They are suspending students from school because they don't want to go and stand on the street in the sun to welcome some aboki that they hate to the core of their being.
I am not endorsing the strategy, but that's how they play their game.
But you were saying it was his popularity the last time, and I was telling you that it's a rented crowd.
Why? See, as in, how do you become popular in a way? One way or the other, you have to also buy your followers. It's not directly, indirectly. So leave those men. The purpose of them doing that.
I disagree with you. Address what one man said. There is a difference between false popularity and the actual popularity.
There you go. Rent a crowd.
It's not.
Which one is
popularity?
Please differentiate them for me. I don't know the difference.
Popularity will be when people willingly come onto the streets to acknowledge your presence and to celebrate you being there. False popularity. Yes, like the way they come out for, or if Nande Kanu hit the street in Onitsha today, the place will shut down. That is real popularity. Forcing people at gunpoint to go and line the streets and chant say Baba, that is forced popularity.
We are speaking to the what is happening today in the Nigerian space, political season, right? You either affect people directly or indirectly, all on our way to make sure the people like you or admire you, directly or indirectly. You understand? So that's how I see it.
And there's a second stanza to that story, by the way, Ovie. There was a second stanza to that story. When he went to Lagos, he couldn't even step on the streets at all because nobody is going to bribe the Lagosians. When he went to campaign in Lagos in 2019, they were stoning his vehicle. So they would have stoned him if he had stepped on the streets of Lagos. So they were flying in helicopter all over Lagos. So and he's telling us that the people love him.
That's a story for another day. It didn't happen, so there's no point dwelling time on that. Going to
the reality is that this guy has dropped in popularity index. You can't compare his popularity now to
in fact, they hate him. They hate him.
See, what do we need is popularity for? They are just trying to make sure the party is popular. It's popular, it doesn't matter anymore. He's on his way out. I keep saying this. Whatever he's doing now is for those armies who are under a regime, how to make sure they continue. That's what they are doing right now. It's not about him. Leave him.
Okay, he's on his way out. Who is on the way in? So in PDP, it looks as though another Aboki. They are telling us to abandon ATIKU Abubakar, but not for your Yoruba man down the street. For another Mukhtar, some Tambuwal or Bala Mohammed. So where is the Yoruba man in the Nigerian equation? Where is the Okechukwu? Where is the Femi and Wole and all whatnot? What is we speak to that space. The ADEYANJU.
Remember I keep saying that the El-Rufai is the anointed prince to continue from where Buhari will start. And that's the narrative. If PDP succeeds, give their ticket to northern person. I'm sorry, APC have no choice than to give it to another person too. Why? That's what you're saying play now. If the Southern and North come together, put their differences together and hold their ground and make sure either they rescue the ticket from PDP to make sure they give to Southern. My brother, because APC now get time, they will play the waiting game to the line. They will make sure they see how the APC will, play their own card before they will declare their own primaries. So they have that luxury to play that waiting game. So what you are seeing here, the division that is happening in the South is, if we are not careful, it's going to work against us come 2023. If we are not careful, it's going to, and that's why you have to still give it to the Fulanis, whether you like it or not. They are bringing the game to us now.
Look, forget all this Fulani. Look, you've already flogged that narrative. There's nothing in that narrative that you're promoting. There's no. And by the way, we've already debunked your Fulani narrative because there is no Fulani narrative. We've already established that essentially we are having a Fulani president for the first time ever now. The only other one was Shagari, so forget Fulani. But
one man.
Yes.
Even today, if you go meet layman on the street that has no idea, he go tell you, say, now Southern person turn to be president.
Right.
But they are bringing the game to us, and you tell me, say you are not seeing it.
No, it's not. But the Fulani is not bringing any game to you. What game is the Fulani bringing to you? Okay. What game? See, no. I'm asking you because you keep. Now? Huh?
You just threw a question to me that it's as if the Southerner is not even in the question again. That was your question.
Yes, but the North is not Fulani. The North is a potpourri of all manners of ethnicity. The
look at
thieves,
this
the
game and
dooms,
you live
the
in
Kanuris,
London
the Hausas. What are you talking about?
You live in who controls the north?
What do you mean who controls the north? Who is Abacha was not a Fulani man.
As we speak today,
Abacha was a Kanuri man. Babangida was a Nupe man. Babangida was a Nupe man. Abdul Salami was a Nupe. Forget this, your Fulani, whatever. You are just Fulani. You are trying to turn these people into deities, and they are not. But
I am not speaking to what is not there. I'm putting it.
No, you are speaking to what. Yes, a Fulani man is in government. So what? A South man was in government before him, and a Yoruba man before him.
How did the South man get to that government? How did he get to that government?
How do you mean?
Exactly. How did
No. What was your question? How did the Fulani man get into the government?
No, you said a Southern man was once a president. I said, how did the Southern man go to that presidency? How?
Yeah, by politicking his way into it. The same. Look. Well, let's not do this today, man. It's a non-point. I think you just do it to.
The question, the underlying question is that why are we divided? The Southerners, why?
We were never united.
Because the Fulani man is pitching us against ourselves.
Okay. According to you, even before the Fulanis existed, the South had never been united. I don't know.
Will you agree with me that if PDP give their ticket to a northern and APC have no get on to give their own to another northern? Are you agree with me on that?
Well, I don't know about that. It will play out however it plays out. But let's see if Ola agrees with you as we bring him into the. Actually, let me bring Victor into the conversation. But sorry, did somebody want to say something before?
Yeah, when you mentioned my name, I was just saying that I don't necessarily agree with what Ovie is saying. So
yes,
so many things he said about whether the South should be. Why are we not? See, in the South, are we supposed to be united? Because definition of united, sometimes we have to be very careful. The Southerner being competitive doesn't mean they are not united. Why should Ovie say something and I agree with you? For example, even if that thing doesn't make sense to me, am I supposed to agree with you?
What is the point of competition? It's to win. So
exactly.
If you are not winning, then you are not. If you are not winning, then what's the point? Give it to the guy that is winning.
When you say the strategy,
he wins the game, even though they are help him, he cheat whatever, but he wins. So give it to him.
You see, that's the importance of education we have in the South.
How can you say we are divided?
We are not supposed to be zombie. See, we are not supposed to be zombie.
We are now, as it is today, as me and you speak today, we are. We are. With a beg them for presidency. With a beg.
We are not.
I just find it simplistic somewhat, this narrative.
It's as simple as that.
It is never as simple as that. Look, when you say the North, you are talking as though it was just some homogeneous place with a who
controls the North? Who runs the North?
Okay. Do you want that? Hold on. Do you want that answered? Do you want that question answered, or do you just want to steam it through? If you are asking who controls the North is a potpourri of all types. I don't know the ethnicity of this Bala or something or the other, but if you look into it, they might not necessarily be Fulanis. But if you are asking who controls the North, then I'll only go back to the answers that I've been giving you. Abata was a Kanuri man. Buhari is a Nupe man. Abdul Salami is a Nupe man. Go one, I think, is even from the so the vast swathe of all of the leadership that we've had from that region, it reflects the mix of it. If you are saying the North is controlled,
as we speak
today, forget. Buhari is the president, so he is the president, so he has sway at the. Forget. Is that not your narrative?
Who calls the shot today as we speak?
Or who do you think calls the shots? The Fulanis, Abi? Of course, yeah.
Because 70% of the people that call the shot in other Fulanis.
Okay.
The emirs, the governors, the whatever.
Okay. You see, me, I don't want to be rude to anybody. But I can't account for what people are saying in the comment section. So you can read the comment on your screen as we go on to. I don't mind. As we go on to as we go on to, I want to go to Victor actually, because I wanted to introduce this story that I had forgotten to bring you. It's quite a short one, so everybody just stay on mute because I want to guide this one towards Victor. So if you can mute yourselves, everyone. So this is one of the stories I think I advertised. Igbo businessmen ask northern traders to give estimate of losses incurred from IPOB attacks. So the Igbos are begging the Fulanis are essentially looking to pay them compensation. So this is what is coming out. Igbo businessmen ask northern traders to give estimate of losses incurred from IPOB attacks. So now let's see how the Igbos go on their knees. Some prominent businessmen in the southeast, led by Nigerian politician Emmanuel Iwayamu, have called on northern traders in the region to provide them with an estimate of the losses incurred as a result of attacks by Biafran agitators. They made this known during a meeting involving Igbo leaders and northern business leaders in the southeast. Members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and its security arm, the Eastern Security Network ESN, have been accused of carrying out attacks on government institutions, security forces and individuals, including northerners, and their businesses. At the meeting held in Owerri, Imo State on Wednesday, the Igbo businessmen pledged to do everything possible to ensure the safety and well-being of the northerners living in their area. They also asked the northern traders to report all losses incurred due to the killings and destruction of property. The Igbo businessmen said they will convene another conference in the north and promised that everything will be fine within a short time. Speaking during the meeting, Nwayamu promised that they would ensure a return to normalcy. If they are honest Nigerians, we should help them, that is the affected traders. As soon as we have people like you talking to them, we should help them, he said. On his part, head of the Northern Livestock Dealers Association, Alhaji Yao Ali, said members of the association attended the meeting because they wanted to take action on the killings of northerners in the southeast. Some Igbo activists have expressed concerns over the situation, saying Igbo people have investment in various parts of northern Nigeria. They say there are at least 11 million Igbo people living in northern Nigeria. So, Victor, to you, the Igbos on their knees are, sorry sir, I beg sir, Victor. So what is going on there?
Okay, one man, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
All right. You know, I can come out tomorrow to say something, and it's called the Igbos.
Well, you are not Nwayawu, Emmanuel Nwayawu, who don't know Nwayawu for Nigeria, on his knees to the Fulani trader, begging.
An illustrious son of an Igbo man.
Yes.
Okay.
So you are Victor, I will love you, but you are not Nwayawu. Begging in Owerri, an Igbo man on his knees to Fulanis in Owerri, with the Fulani man putting his leg on his head. I mean, what is going on here? What happened to that Nzobo spirit?
Okay, there is something we must understand, and that is something very unique about people that are educated and people that are enlightened. Even in a family.
Look at that. You want to hide inside grammar, Abi?
Wait,
No.
Sorry, Victor. If I'm robber come your house, one can steal. You can't.
Wait. Let him land. Let him land. Victor, carry on.
I will only talk when I have the.
Go on, Victor. You have the floor.
Okay. Even in my own family, we are 7. We don't all agree all the time. All right, and that is something I know that is very acceptable. All right, there is surely some Igbos that want Nigeria to be the way it is.
Do you know what Stockholm? Sorry, Victor. Do you know what Stockholm syndrome? Yeah, you know what it is. So that is exactly it, isn't it? These people come into your land, they savage it and ravage it and brutalize it, and by way of punishing them, you are on your knees with a bag full of dollars, holding it to them as they stand on top of you.
But
this is shocking.
Somebody actually facilitated coming, and the person that facilitated their coming actually has some motives for it. The person stands to probably gain something from it. So in every situation, there are people who are reaping from that situation. There are people who want Nigeria to remain the way it is, maybe probably so that they wouldn't have to pay plenty tax for the kind of business they do. All right. So it is normal. All right. In every situation, you must find people who have divergent opinions. Yeah.
You live in Lagos. You live in Lagos, Victor.
Yeah.
And then you know what Oraisa means.
No, not really.
You go to Moshe, you say Oraisa. Oraisa. They are doing Oraisa. This is Oraisa. I'll come and see something though.
Victor, don't forget that. The Iwayan is speaking for the Igbo.
Emmanuel Iwayan, not some. I've put the article in there, by the way, for anybody that wants to read it.
Definitely, these are people that has reaped from this country. All right, who would, if you were to be in his shoes, wouldn't you want things to remain the way they are?
No, I think they are actually trying to pave the. No, I understand, but what I think is they are trying to pave the way for 2023. I think this is really towards 2023.
No matter what they want to do, believe me, it is to their own gain. That is what I want to establish. No matter, even if they have. The other day, I was watching Owazurike. He gave out 1 million naira to people that lost their cows, their cattle at Oba or somewhere. I am not against such move. All right. If that is what pays your bill, if that is the way if that is what.
Are you sure you are a son of the soil? Are you sure you are a son of the soil? Well, yes. Let me look for an Igbo voice because I'm not sure that you are full Igbo. Are you full Igbo?
If this is what will give, if this is what will, no, please. We must all not agree on one thing. It hasn't even happened in my family. Talk more of in a large place like the Igbo community, all right? But
Victor,
if this is the kind of Nigeria.
For Igbo people.
Okay,
speaking for the
you
Igbo
are asking my opinion now.
When we're talking about
position.
Go on, Victor. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, do you want to get my own personal position?
No, go on. That is why we value your opinion, Victor. You know that.
Then I think those things they are doing is a new level of folly. It's a new level of futility. All right, because no matter what they do, if someone is already angry at you, it is not even necessarily about the money they have lost or something. I think the level of hatred that is going on in this country now cannot be linked to cash. You understand? It cannot be linked to there are people.
Victor.
It's on a different level.
Victor,
yeah.
Do you know that what Emmanuel Nwayawu is offering the Fulanis that are savaging Igbo land? What is offering them is an open check. You know, it's an open check. He said that they should go and bring an estimate of their losses. So go and. So that's an open check, is it not? So go and write whichever figure will make you open check.
Yeah.
Oh God!
What are the victims? What are the Igbo victims in their own land? What are they?
No, those ones they will suffer some more if they talk too much. Don't will send dogs to go and waylay them.
You are even talking as if the man may even be interested in knowing whether an Igbo man has incurred any loss. I don't even think he will be interested in knowing that in the first place. You know, so to me, this is all politics. My only regret is that I don't know. My problem with this country is that the only problem I have with this country is that I don't want to hand over this kind of a rotten nation to my kids. Like, I can't look them in the face and say, I have given you something, and that thing is this country as presently is. I think that's the greatest disservice a man can do to his kids. Sometimes I look at my two kids and I pity them. I want to apologize for giving birth to them in this country.
Plan B now. You have to start looking at Plan B. Yeah.
No, that's already on the way. That's already on the way. Don't think I'm going to sit here and be watching all this. No.
Because if you surrender, don't surrender the children. So let them have opportunity to, have a life.
Even if it is only them that will live, no problem. Let's stay here and hustle it out. But for me, this is not what this is not something you want to bequeath to your kids.
Okay.
Where I have a problem with all this.
Okay, let me take you to a safer place, but I don't even know if it's safer or not. DEJI ADEYANJU speaking to that PDP space. I never even knew that DEJI ADEYANJU was once upon a time a spokesperson for PDP, but apparently. But he's saying that ATIKU should no longer be in play, and the inner workings of the PDP no longer want ATIKU because they find him too treacherous. But the names that they are looking to now are Bala Mohammed and one other, I can't recall the other one now, but essentially Tambuwal. So essentially, I asked the question once upon a time that should we consider and concede that we're a conquered people in the south, and I got a lot of even some woman, she's never phoned in before, she phoned in and was lambasting me for saying that. But are we now a conquered people after going through the brutality of Buhari? Now another mix of abokis. Victor?
Okay, for me, personally, if this country was working right, if somehow a Fulani man or a Kanuri man, whoever, comes in and does the right thing, I do not have a problem with that. In fact, I wouldn't even I would open my mouth and tell you that Biafra and Oduduwa are wasting their time. But as it is now, to me, I think it shouldn't really matter if it is a Southerner or if that person that is going there is just going to do the right thing. Fair playing ground for everybody. I really do not have a problem with that. I studied in Malaysia. They have some, in fact, it looks like it is just the Malay that is going to be the president for the rest of their existence. But the thing is that there is level playing ground for every other race. Both the Indians, both the Chinese, there's level playing ground for everybody. And to me, they are not really so worried about that. The problem is why we are talking about Southerner, Easterner, Northerner is just because we are feeling left out because things are not really moving right. If things were moving right, maybe there wouldn't be any problem with a Yoruba man just being the finance minister. That's it.
Do you not feel that thing is really taking on a new level under Buhari now? That we want our own person there, because of course traditionally we have always wanted our own person there, but not to this level of fervor. But now that we have seen what we have experienced under Buhari, just the nepotism to the point of clannishness, just singularly one religion and one tribe alone. So after going through this now, I think it's just re-energized the ethnic nationalities in people, because I've never really heard of Oduduwa nation before, but now over the past 12-18 months I've not heard of anything other than Oduduwa Nation. So that guy has reawakened something within people. Victor.
Well, there is in international law, there is this term. I don't know if I can go deep into that now, but in international law, there's something called uti possidetis juris. All right, it is basically the mentality of the winner against the loser. If you ever fought a war and you were won, you should not really be expecting to have a fair court in the whole thing. You are like
winner takes all, essentially, in layman's language. Winner takes all. Yeah.
See, the moment I read that article, I just understood what is actually going on around here, and I stopped bothering myself about Igbo presidency or not. To me, I killed that thought the moment I got a good grip of what uti possidetis juris means. So I think this is the mentality that is going on. You have been won, and you asking for a fair share is like the slave asking the master, when am I going to sit on the same dining table with you?
But we have never had it like this before in Nigeria, and the Nigerian system, to be fair to it, foresaw this to the point that it had put something called federal character in the statute books. So everything has been jettisoned, and this guy is just essentially ruling the country like an emperor in charge of minions. Are we minions now within the state?
My actual fear is that this is not just going to stop here. That I am thinking that it would even be taken a step further, and that is the point. That's the part that really gives me chills. I get scared. You
think of this narrative will play out, that they will Fulani it all the way through?
Well, there is every possibility for this. All right. One, then two is there was something. I'm sorry, I'm quoting the guy you may not want to hear.
No, go on.
There is something Nnamdi Kanu said.
Here we go.
I took my time to reason it out.
What did he say? If we live for Abi, is that the
No, that guy is more intelligent than you think. Actually.
No, he is intelligent. No, I'll never underestimate his intelligence. He's a highly intelligent man. But carry on. Yeah.
So he said that he thinks that it is only in the South that a revolution can successfully hold. That he doesn't think in the North such can hold, due to the level of some kind of primordial ethnic and religious
tendencies
that they have. Yes, that they can easily subject themselves to one leadership without qualms. In the South here, it's really hard. And that is why we even think that
it's
been able to gather a lot of people listening to him. It's very hard to get everybody, because people here are more free to exercise their own thoughts.
It's a new narrative, Victor. What is being said in because we say it all the time here as well. They have this Bambiala Rankadede mentality within it's a patriarchal structure they have in the North. When they have one overarching patriarch that then cascades down, this is why they're able to act in unison, because they call them shehu. They have some shehu or some lord of the manor sort of person that they're all beholden to. Sometimes they even gather at night, especially on Fridays, when this guy will cook a feast and feed them. So they have that mentality. But in the South, for every 3 Igbo men, there are 4 opinions. For every 3 three Yoruba man, there are 5 opinions. We're very individualistic in our thinking, and we are very quick to tell somebody to get lost because we feel that our, you know, so it's a,
You can imagine, just for example, Abaribe wore the Dot Nation T-shirt. And the next person that attacked him is Joe Igbokwe.
Joe Igbokwe, yes, I covered it. Joe Igbokwe.
Yeah, so that's the kind of people we are. That's the kind of people we are. So, and there is still strength in that level of diversity. Just that.
But hold on. But is that not? Sorry, Victor. Is that not what you've just described? Is that not how progress is made? For you to have your individualistic opinion and you hold it very strongly, and me have my opinion and I hold it very strongly, and we battle out the no. But even if we battle those opinions, something even more advanced than yours or mine can evolve because we are rubbing opinions together, and if we reach a consensus, then it will be a higher thinking than both of us. But if you have just one person doing the thinking for a whole village, a whole town, a whole state, which is what they have in the north, then what you have is just this low rent, almost savagery that is. Yeah.
I had an argument on Facebook with one retired major when he was telling us that we should wait, let the think tanks, the Igbo think tanks, where are they in the equation of Biafra? I got very angry with him, like, why are you designating some people think tanks? Do you not have brain? You don't think.
You see, but that is what I just said.
Yes, why do you designate like as if you don't have your brains? So that's at that level. At least it doesn't mean if they bring a better argument. Like Joe Igbokwe can actually convince me why Abaribe should never have done such. Or I am the kind of person that will listen to. That is the kind of people we are in the South here, and that is why it is harder here to get everybody to line up under one idea. Like we always say politically, bring one person we all support. I don't see that really happening down here.
No,
I really don't see that happening down here.
I think another thing again, they might decide to shift to the minorities. they might deny the.
No, the Senate came here. The Senate came here and was promoting Rotimi Amechi.
Minorities.
No, not Rotimi Amechi, but minority.
No. This was a name that the Senate came up with, and it was trying to present an argument just the other day.
One thing the Hausas understand about Amechi is that somebody who can betray his own brother can betray anybody. For him to betray Goodluck, but they will never trust him. So one thing I know about the advocates, they attach that they collect the money because he has money to offer. That's why he's still in the cabinet.
Yes,
but you know, go smell that seat. They fight for man.
You see what is happening in the north is
how did Amechi betray Goodluck?
Hold on. Hold on, Ove. Let Victor land his thought, and then I want to shuffle Baba Kore with your permission to bring in Bia because she's been chomping in the background because she wants to come and lament about that Igbo story that I did. You know, if the moment you don't say that the Igbos are the best people on the planet, Bia has an issue. You see, she's come dressed in black, so we are all in trouble. But Victor, land your point.
That's my sister, though. So, well,
no, Bia belongs to all of us. We are all besotted with that Bia. But carry on, Victor.
So, well, I think whatever situation whatever situation this country is in now, it is not as a result of the Fulani man. That's what thing I believe. It is as a result of bad governance and Igbo man. I sometimes I ask myself, are our governors Fulani? They are not. They are Igbos. They are just greedy people. Do you understand? So
that is engineer's narrative. Engineer is always saying that.
there are good people and there are bad people everywhere. And that's why I am not really interested in if anybody, a Igbo presidency or no. I expect
Victor, you are
everybody.
absolutely correct, but you know the problem we have now is because the Fulani presidency has escalated and just awakened everybody. That's the problem now.
That's the thing. We never used to be like this before, agitating all over the place.
They made the hero out of Nnamdi Kanu. See him now.
Yes.
You know,
just some guy from over here, just some noisemaker.
To make Igbo another hero now. Until this country is torn apart, and I don't know how long it will take them to realize that Nnamdi Kanu is not. He is not 10 years old. All right, he's been there. He's been there, but you line up series of activities that made us see him and listen to him and find out that, okay, when you want to tell yourself the absolute truth, this is where you have to go. And that begins to make sense to a lot of people. See where we are today. So if an Igbo man mishandles the federal government, Nnamdi Kanu will still blast him. That's one thing I give to him. He will still blast that person. In fact, that is what I believe in. If anybody messes up, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, whoever messes up, he deserves the cane.
All right. Thank you, Victor. I'm still going to take your opinion on DEJI ADEYANJU's comment on PDP and this rented crowd, but I want to make sure that everybody has had a say. So thank you, Victor. Victor, let me shuffle you for engineer, but stay before you leave. We want to hear a lot more from you. So let me shuffle you for engineer as I bring as we hear from Ola. So Ola, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I will start from that area of economy because the finance minister was quoting one rubbish figure. Why Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the person I liked very well, quoted another figure. You see, one thing about these crook leaders we have in Nigeria is this. It is very easy for them to quote one GDP figure without looking at some other fundamentals. GDP is there when people cannot even understand what GDP represents in Nigeria. I will say, oh, our borrowing ratio. See, the question is this. Someone can be 1%, can borrow to the 1% of the total GDP, and you don't have capacity to pay. And yet, someone can borrow 75% of the total GDP and can decide to, for example, now if the US want to pay China now, for example, within 5 years they can do that. The worst scenario, they can start printing money and start giving them. It's going to get the economy, they are going to get shocked. But the problem is that they will survive it in the long term. What am I trying to say? People are borrowing. Why do you borrow? You borrow to make the life of the citizen better. But as you are borrowing, people are losing jobs, you are killing the middle class, then how do you pay those debt back? People now are now poorer today than they used to be like.
Just to interrupt you, Ola, what that Zainab, the finance minister, actually said, which startled me because I repeated it about 3-4 times in the afternoon session. She said Nigeria is carrying a lot of debt, but the economy is healthy and can sustain it. And then she went on to say that the only problem that they are having is to generate revenue to service the debt. So how can you be carrying debt? You are saying you are healthy to sustain it, but you don't have the income to sustain. Can you not see the inherent contradiction? I was just wondering that did this woman even what is she doing there? Just ridiculousness.
That's the education we are saying. Someone wants to generate revenue, but there's no infrastructure in place to encourage investment. Even those people that are into agriculture, Fulani herdsmen, we not even let them even do the basic thing, talk less of enhancing the value chain to generate those revenue. You see people that are losing money, that are losing their job, that will come and pay revenue. How will they create that revenue? So that, like for example, now Nigeria is not as indebted to other countries like the United States or United Kingdom, for example, but yet you can see people living fine. They have the basic standard of this thing. Now, but in Nigeria now, see the level of our debt, we cannot even pay. Because number one, now as we are getting that debt, our currency keep dropping. People keep losing job. Basic thing like health, we don't get. Education collapse. Everything. How are we going to? How are we going to pay all those things? And someone will be quick to use I don't know where they group their economics. They just brought economics from Jupiter or from Pluto or from Hellfire, and they just throw it at us. And this thing, you know, the anointing about this is that people will start analyzing as if what Usman, because when you look at the basic principle of economics, you say, okay, Usman was making sense. He was saying total rubbish, absolute nonsense. So I can just understand where we got this thing wrong and where we just got this kind of whack brain that we.
But you understand now. Just to acknowledge Alexander's super chat. Alexander is agreeing with you. He says Ola sounds like an economist. As an ex-banker, he appears extremely comfortable in that space. Succinct analysis. So Alexander agreeing with you. And by the way, we have 145 people joining us. Thank you. If you are not subscribed already, then please do. What are you waiting for? But to that space, you understand exactly why it's happening, because of course nobody is being appointed on the basis of competence within the space. And if you don't have the capacity, you don't have the capacity, and it is that lack of capacity that we're seeing again in this woman. Ola.
Thank you, Alexander, for the compliment. Actually, engineer will be shocked now. I have my background in electrical engineering, maybe like engineer, I don't know. But you know, after I fell into all those pit of people telling me that, oh, you don't know anything about business, you don't know this thing. Okay, I pick it up as a challenge, right? I took my MBA. But before that MBA, I took some courses in micro and macro economics.
So you are an economist then, as you say. Alexander was quick to spot you. Huh?
After I was brutalized, after people told me about my ignorance, I said, okay, I will work on that. So that's the story. So now, that to that space, you know, is like, because when we say that it is competence that run the government of a country, you know, when you surround yourself with those people that are incompetent, you know, whenever I praise Soludo, whenever I praise Okonjo Iweala, whenever I praise those people that did very well, because they said the fundamentals right and they implemented according to the set plan, and we could see the results. But people are losing job. People are, you cannot, the means of production, you are killing it, you cannot go to your farm. It's not there. All those things that are supposed to support the production, they are not there. And someone is telling us that our GDP is borrowing is we can sustain it. How? So ridiculous and silly for a minister of finance to be saying that. So that's for that space. Then about this issue of Uwanyao begging.
Yes. You know, the Igbos on their knees to the Fulanis with a bag full of dollars, carrying dollars on their head in a basket to say Rankade de Megida, Lafia, you know, they make, imagine in Owerri as well, not it's unbelievable, but you know.
You know, I'm a Yoruba man. I don't see the difference between an Igbo man and myself. Even though
okay.
Yes, I don't see the difference because we are all victims of the system.
Look at that. Yeah, because BI is here now, you are toning down your.
That's the truth. Because this thing that we are saying, whenever we say Yoruba, Fulani, all this thing, it's just a conspiracy of the elite against the masses like us. When these people are saying, oh, this thing should come to south, it should go to north. To who? To who? Because Obasanjo was there, Abeokuta, Lagos, this thing. Obasanjo did well to some extent. I won't deny that. But the question is, this people have done better, right? Jonathan did to some extent to at least he built something, but he could have done better, right? Now, but at the end of the day, when all these elites were occupying position, what do? By the time they steal our money, They buy investment in the United Kingdom. They buy investment in the United States of America. They move their family to that place, and they will leave the masses there. They pay the taxes. They will exploit all.
Do you know that Ajimobi, after he passed away and they were squabbling over his assets, it was only then that they discovered that he had bought some $1 million apartment mansion in Maryland for some side chick that he had in America then. He bought it, of course, during his tenure as the governor of Oyo State. So just a $1 million pad for a side chick, but for just an average governor.
So that's what they do for us. They won't give us light to enhance our production. They won't give us anything. They won't give us earth to even have a better, to have a longer lifespan. They won't give us security. All the money meant for that, stolen, invest somewhere, and for their family. So when these people are saying marginalized, I want to say the marginalization and be clear about it. All of us, as we are masses, we are marginalized. Being in Fulani, even to some extent, not those Fulani we see, they are victims. They are victims of the system too. So you and I that ran away from the country too, they are victims of the system, because we will have been comfortable back home doing something better. Okay,
yes.
For example, a person like
you feel a sense of belonging. You are happier. You are happy. No matter how happy you are, wherever you are, you are abroad, whatever, you will always be happier back home. Always. Exactly. You are amongst your people. You speak the same language. You know the humor. You are not just some national insurance number or some black statistic. You are a son of this person whose generation goes that far back. You know, no matter how comfortable you are happier back home.
Exactly. So some politicians now will now be playing or not because of our association or affiliation with our own tribe, and they say that, oh, we are being marginalized. But if someone doesn't process that in very well, oh, the people, they are marginalized. Oh, outside they are marginalized. But these people, when they talk of marginalization, they are talking about the elites that are deprived of all those access to the state treasury. That is what is being.
So are you by Koni telling the Igbos to shut up about this marginalization that they are always shouting?
If the masses like you and I, if the masses like you and I are saying marginalization, I will listen. But if in Wayawu or in Zeribe or someone are saying they are corruption, are saying they are marginalized, I will tell them to shut up. Because their own marginalization is different from the
their own marginalization. What they are being marginalized from is central bank, nowhere else. That is their own marginalization. They are being marginalized from looting the dollars. But talking about looting the dollars, the ADEYANJU saying that dollar bag ATIKU is now is no longer de rigueur amongst the PDP adherents and the faithfuls. They are turning their back on him, but then of course the names that is conjuring with still much as makes no difference. Northerners again, Bala Mohammed and Tambuwal. So what is the Gbadebo, the Emeka and etc. in the Nigerian political equation?
Let me ask a question now. What are the pedigree of Tambuwal or those Bala Mohammed?
The same credentials. Is Northern and is Muslim. That is the only criteria that you need for anything in Nigeria. You have to be Northern and you have to be Muslim.
I can tell you about the pedigree of Okonjo-Iweala, for example. Sorry for mentioning that over. You understand?
No, I'm a fan too. Yeah.
I can tell you about this man here that is heading one of the bank in Africa, Akinwumi or
yes. The bow tie.
Now, is it Tambuwal that made sure that he made hell on hard for Jonathan when he was there? Even there was some kind of policy that was supposed to favor the masses, that this guy just to make the government unpopular that they killed. Now, he is the governor now, for example. What's he doing? Maybe I'm missing it. Can someone tell me something so special about this? Has he educated the masses in his village? What exactly has this guy done that making him start a bigger road?
He's just there now, sitting there, eating tuwosh in cafe and drinking burukutu and waiting to go into Aso Rock. This is essentially the training. You sit there, you eat tuwosh in cafe, you drink burukutu, and you wait for your turn in Aso Rock. This is the northern way.
tó Shinkafa, not Shinkafi.
Don't worry. Shebi, you are from there. You are from there now. Ovie from Sokoto. They've already outed you here. But sorry, carry on, Dollar.
So the ADEYANJU that is speaking, everybody underneath, they play the game that will favor them. Maybe someone is calculating that, okay, ATIKU is too old. Anything can happen to ATIKU.
No, the gripe, you see, the gripe that what DEJI is actually saying, that the issue that they are having against him in the PDP is that as soon as the last election was finished, he was straight on the plane back to Dubai, whilst they were battling it out. And as soon as the election season is kicking off, he's back with his dollar bags again, and they're saying, look, really, this is not what we want. So it's just really the way he plays his politics is what seems to, and of course his age as well.
What was the ADEYANJU telling us that we want? I don't want, no, do I want ATIKU? No, I don't want ATIKU. But I just want to understand what is so fantastic in what the ADEYANJU is presenting to Nigerians, because he has nothing.
No, he is not. He is not presenting. He is not presenting. He's just speculating as to what is playing out within a PDP. So there's and there's no Yoruba name or Igbo name, by the way. Can you mention one Yoruba man or Igbo man in PDP? Of course, Uche Secondos we know, but who is there a Yoruba man or a Igbo man in PDP?
Where, like I said, it is understanding.
Peter Obi is come on. Peter Obi is just some yellow Gary guy from.
I know. I think Peter Obi.
Abaribe is the minority leader.
Yes, Abaribe, but he's too Igbo now.
No. Peter Obi,
former deputy senate president.
Who's that?
Ekeremadu is there.
That one that got a flogging in Germany.
Honestly, among all of them.
Do you remember when they went for New Yam Festival? They took his red cap. It was they took his red cap from his head and they used it to flog. Oh God!
Peter Obi is the only person I can mention, and I have my own reason. I'm a person that all this story I will fight corruption. I don't believe in all those stories, because see, in any system, the way to fight corruption is to control, not to say, okay, after they stole money, I start looking for someone to jail. That's where we got it wrong. You control. How do you control some of these things? You hand over some of these aspect of economy to the private individuals.
But you know what you are saying, Ola. You are speaking the language of Goodluck Jonathan. Remember when Goodluck Jonathan came out and told us that stealing is different from corruption, and people mocked him and laughed at him because everything he said then they mocked and laughed at. But what he was saying essentially is that what these people are, when you are in charge of some parastatal or something, and you just write a check to yourself or your girlfriend and you tell them to go and cash it, that is just really stealing. It's no different from a pickpocket. But if you are able to orchestrate a sophisticated way to steal money, that is corruption. Maybe award fake contracts, pad it out, etc. So what Goodluck Jonathan was saying at that time was that what we needed to tackle were the loopholes of corruption, which is what you are saying now, that what we really need is a strong institutions. So if you make it near impossible for these people to get near the money, they go through so much to get to that money. That is really how to fight it, not sending some guy called TFCC to be chasing your political enemies and saying you are fighting corruption.
Exactly, because the thing stealing is a subset of
now
corruption.
Obasanjo starts now introduce EFCC.
Who?
Give him credit, Obasanjo.
He introduced it. You see, it's like putting band-aid over something that needs a stitching or surgery. It's just papering over the cracks, But what Goodluck Jonathan was saying then is more what I buy into anyway. That really
I don't buy into that. Yeah. I don't buy into, even though he was saying stealing. Did he even try anybody that stole anything?
No, but the narrative.
He allowed both stealing. Hold on. He allowed both stealing and corruption to flow in his government. So what was Jonathan talking? He was just talking nonsense.
Okay.
I'm with you.
All right. But the TSA is a good Jonathan initiative.
He started this problem we are into today.
No. The TSA is a Jonathan initiative, and that is the biggest move against corruption that have been made in Nigeria for the last 30 years.
See.
What do you say is Jonathan initiative?
That single account that was set up in the
He didn't practice it.
Yes.
He didn't run it.
No. That came in at the tail end of his thing now, and Buhari followed through.
Don't give this.
But that was his policy.
We are not saying.
Nobody is giving him a free pass, but you cannot argue with the.
You cannot give him the free pass. The same thing he did with conditional report, conditional constituency report. He didn't implement it. Everything he submitted it to what do you call Buhari.
The only time the Yoruba people are aligned now when they gang against
okay. Hold on. Okay, we're getting round again. Let Ola land this point, and then I'll go to. Let Ola land this point. Ola, land your point.
What we are saying, we are not saying Jonathan is not corrupt. I work in a corrupt system. For example, look at Nitel today. Look at Nitel. Where is Nitel now? There was a time that people paid themselves in Nitel, and the economy that's supposed to, let's say, employ, let's say, 300,000 people. Maybe about 20,000 people, they sat on it. They were even taking money from the stretch and they are spending. But today, we have Globalcom, we have different telecommunication companies, and it liberated the economy and gave so many people jobs. So the corruption is still in the system, but yet under that, someone is doing something to liberate the economy. You understand? That's
just that whilst you're in that space, Ola, the thing that is going to rescue that country ultimately is still that liberalization of the economic space, because Nigeria is still one of the most tightly controlled economies in the world and is still performing at the level. So if they liberalized, look at the power sector, that needs to be liberalized. The waterways everything needs to be liberalized. If they liberalize that economy properly, then magic will happen.
Exactly, because when people
and we saw it with telecom.
Let's forget about Jonathan and all this thing now. What will you say about civil servants? You have someone working for Lagos State government, level 14 officer, and you have a child doing medicine in London, and you have another one in America studying law, and all those things, and it's a level 14 officer with Lagos State. Now, the question is, how many bankers in Nigeria can afford that? So this thing goes beyond all these public or all these politicians alone. That's what we say. But will you go to Globalcom or MTN and go and steal the same money and do the same thing? No. So what the best thing to do is that what government is earning, liberalize all this thing, give it out. Over time, that corruption will decline gradually. Because why is it that people are stealing money? Because everybody want to hammer and they want to steal enough for the generation. Even that's what they want to do. Why is it possible?
The government really has no business other than to be collecting taxes. The government should not be running business.
Why don't we have electricity today? Because government still want to add on that ATIKU, all those, and they still want to be controlling everything. If you handed over power to private people, by now you will have created more jobs and take money away from all these corrupt people that steal that money in that sector. That is exactly what I'm saying. You reduce the number of corrupt people by liberalizing the economy. That's it. So those are the points. So now back to DEJI. DEJI is as corrupt as any political leader in Nigeria. Let's just get that far. But he made some steps. Look at what happened under fertilizer allocation when Akinwumi was having that. You need wallets. Before Akinwumi, you can budget let's say 1 million metric tons of fertilizer, and you will never see where the thing were going. But under Jonathan, they trace everything electronically. So this Jonathan, as bad as the guy was, he did so many laudable projects. You understand?
That is why I was so upset when they booted him out. If we had Jonathan one more time, one, he would have completed a lot of the things that he was doing, and two, that would have marked the end of all of these Buhari-style politicians, because of course Buhari would not be able. That would have been his last ever attempt. It's just a real mess. But thank you, Ola. Yeah.
No, let me say one thing before I go. Now,
Okay.
Today, now, apart from all those people that Jonathan built, today people are celebrating railway and this thing. How many people have taken time to look at the master plan of that railway that was developed under Obasanjo? They were supposed to be at least 60% local content. Now, these people, like including the like of Tampuai we talk today, they made sure that that thing never, because of the politics of Rofo they were playing, they made sure that that project never kick off. And that's what someone is suggesting as the next president, for example. Now, today, when the thing came under Jonathan or under Buhari with Amishi anchoring all those things, they took those local content away. Ajakuta that was supposed to be up and running through our railway program, nothing is happening. Now, over 90% of turbine that this regime is here to, Buhari is here to with this thing, were procured as far back as under Obasanjo, because they took advantage of that global recession, because the order for turbine were no longer coming that time. Nigeria bought a lot of turbine. All those turbines today, if they have installed half of those turbines, Nigeria will not be where we are today. Where are those things? So it's unfortunate, honestly. I don't know.
All right, Ola, we'll come back to you to hear some more, because I think we've not even heard 10% yet of what you have to say. But I cannot bear the frowning face anymore. So let's put a smile on Bia's face. Bia, we don't know you for frowning, and you can't even hold it. Look, you see, this is don't frown your face, Bia, because your face is, even just as soon as people mention your name, the smile will come. So don't frown at all. But good to see you. Why you all dressed up? Is it Pat? Are you going on a date? Is Ovie flying his private jet down? But I just but to the space, Nwayamu on his knees to the Fulanis, paying them dollars for savaging Igbo land, and Borno students being punished for not lining the streets to welcome Buhari. The ADEYANJU telling us that even if the jettison ATIKU is still going to be northerner for the PDP. So just to the space. Good to see you here.
Hi, Boma. Hi, everyone. Who is the one now? Apart from the money he's got.
Yeah, that is the Alpha One name from Igbo land. When did we not know Umanyawo? That is the biggest name that you have in that space.
I don't care. He's speaking for himself and his objectives and his targets and focus. He's got plans. So he's not going to speak for the whole of the Igbos. When they say the businessmen have spoken, who are these businessmen? If he's got money, but his money is not helping someone like myself and other people in Igbo land. So when they say businessmen, it's just like the northern voices would come together and say the northern group have spoken. And it could be anyone from the backyard, but now the name of the one is mentioned. So he's speaking for himself alone and his pocket and his aspirations, what he really wants to gain from the Fulanis. He's got an agenda which doesn't speak for the...
But do you not think that the agenda is towards that 2023 presidency, that they are trying to clear the way, just clear anything that stands like as an obstacle towards that ambition?
Yeah, that is absolute truth. Even for the fact that some people, everyone in Igbo land, has got their own minds set, and they've got their voices which are different, but most of the voices are even more together to leave Nigeria. But these people, the governors and the people eyeing the power, their own mindset is completely different from people who are clamoring for Biafra. So he would speak for his business pockets and what he really wants to achieve, even though he knows that how the issue started. He knew how Most people have been losing their lives, people being raped, maimed, farms being destroyed by these Fulani men.
Yeah, Victor was just saying that he has not gone to the communities to go and sympathize with his own people that were savaged by these people. Instead, he's looking to compensate them for brutalizing his own people.
Everyone can read between the lines that he's a betrayer and he's not to be trusted with power. I wouldn't, if he's the only person in this world, I would never give him my vote, even if he's Igbo. I believe
No, did you always have this opinion, or are you saying that off the back of this story?
I've always, I told you before, I used to be a very proud Nigerian because I have very strong values and believe them. If I believe in something, I stand for it till the end of time. But for now, where my mind, because of what is happening, I have decided to support
to follow Jesus. Okay.
There's no Jesus. No one is Jesus. Okay.
No. When you said I have decided, it's usually followed by I have decided to follow Jesus. But I jest. But to the space we are going to
follow me. That's what she meant.
No, just don't lead us astray is all we're asking you, because we value beer here. Yeah.
I'm taking her back to Nigeria.
Yeah, there you go. But hopefully not to Borno State. Beer in Borno State. That rent a mob thing. They are now suspending students for.
One minute,
Right.
What's that?
What's that?
When I went to Kaduna, I always had people.
Look, you these two. I've warned you these two characters before. No toasting. Don't.
Talking of Borno, I have a plot of land in the one local government. There will be our house.
Look at that. You have done fasting and prayers for that. I rebuke that for you in Jesus' name, for you to have a house in Borno. Imagine that. The Dumbos will surround you straight away.
I'm not one of those people that will ever have any property in the north. I would never do that.
What about in Abuja?
I think it's just pouring water on a rock. You're wasting the foundation. One day you're gonna burn your house down for who you are, what you look like, what you sound like.
Yes, you see, because just whilst we are that one is better.
I have a farmland in Kolomota village for
you have land everywhere over here. You're just showing. Are you showing off? Do you even have $1 in your pocket as I speak it? Don't worry. It will take more than just land to sweep beer off our feet. But beer in Borno State, they are not being swept off their feet as students being suspended from school for not lining the streets against their will to welcome their Aboki known as Malam Buhari. So this is what is going on now. We were saying earlier on that it is rent-a-crowd, and this is exactly what we're hearing now. Suspension nursing midwifery students, 20 of them, for not lining the streets as directed to welcome Buhari. What do you make of that?
What an insult, Who are these students? Are they women?
Yes, they are women. Yes.
I don't want to have respect for women, because I stand in the gap for women. So for me, I frown at such a gesture, that it is abuse of power. Who the hell does he think he is? He is a president, but he's not God. So why should anyone bow for him? Not even for billions of pounds or whatever you do to me as a person. I would respect you for your intelligence, if you respect me, but if you want to play God, I would never bow to you. So I don't think it is the right thing for him to do. After all, a lot of people are suffering in the north. There is poverty everywhere there. The students.
This is usually the sort of thing that Femi Adesina, Femi Falana usually takes on. So I'll love it for Femi Falana to actually go and represent those students and sweat that state for money. The audacity! You are suspending people. They hate the guy. They hate the guy. You telling them not to hate him?
It's just like when the voice from I think she's an Edo lady, but she's married to a Hausa or Fulani person. She's an activist that keeps the lady. The Aisha, that activist.
Aisha, yeah. She's from she's
Yesufu. Aisha Yesufu.
I would like to hear what she says about this, representing and fighting for the women, not to use my language to lick anyone's ass, especially Buhari, who doesn't really deserve it. He's lost all his credibility in the respect. He doesn't have any respect for humanity, not to talk of women. So why should they bow for him? If they are hungry, and maybe even their school fees, they are struggling, there is kidnapping, there is banditry, there are rapes and all that, molestation of women, marrying them for your sexual activities and all that. I think
but the one thing, of course, that Buhari has respect for is the medical services in London. Regular as clockwork, every 6 weeks, up he pops again on the plane straight to London for his injection. The Aboke again, he has left town, back to London to come and take his injections. What are you making of that? Who is injecting the 200 million people in Nigeria?
Yeah, I really would think he hasn't even put his house in order. I mean, Nigeria, with the state things are in Nigeria right now. The most important thing is travel. I don't even believe that he's traveled for medical checkup. I don't trust him in every move that he makes. I think he's a pathetic liar, and his portfolio, he should not be above the law. He should be checked, to see what's going on, what he's doing with the UK government. It's not about just coming for checkup, I believe.
Imagine if the UK had not perfected this is the one thing. I mean, I'm not especially a genius, but some things just seem so basic and fundamental to me. If the UK had not perfected their own system, then nobody would be traveling here to come and take advantage of the medical services, and they would not be making you pay through the nose for it. If Dubai was a desert 50 years ago, if they had not made deliberate plans to put in place what we all marvel at there now, then nobody will be rushing over themselves. Nobody will be mounting election campaigns from Dubai to come and be president of Nigeria. So we have the money, we have the cranial functioning. So why can't we use that money that we have plenty of to build a country that we are going around the world chasing? We have the money, we have the climate, we are blessed with what is going on. I mean, come on.
We won't go heaven. You forget the other part. We have focus in going to heaven. That's why.
The money doesn't belong to us.
Look at that.
Buhari and his cohort abusing it and sharing it among themselves, and they go behind closed doors and they conduct private meetings in the north versus the north, in south, and then they come together to share the loot and then come in the public domain like the TV and tell us all. Look at that. I'm even thinking perhaps Buhari may have wanted one of the girls, and maybe money is not everything.
There you go. But talking about wanting one of the girls, this is what you do every time you come here. Abia, you come and capture one of my here is another one now wanting to rival OVA now. This one even, so dollar for dollar now is coming after OVA. He says, Abia, send me your account number. Such a beauty. So this is what you do every time you come here. Abia, come and intimidate my subscribers with your but somebody that is not being intimidated or easy, ATIKU Abubakar in a PDP. So they are looking to jettison him, of course, to replace with another set of Fulani names. So where is the Emeka and the Femi in the Nigerian, at least within the PDP structures? So they are looking to zone to the north again in PDP, Abia.
Or even Tinubu.
Yeah, no, Tinubu is not PDP. We were actually looking for a southern name within PDP and we couldn't find one. And everybody was going to their tried and trusted Peter Obi. So what is going on?
saying I still have my belief that Nigeria is never going to work. The foundation is already damaged beyond repair. I don't believe that the future is bright. I can't see that, regardless what anyone.
No. The future must. You must always have optimism. The future must always be bright. The future must always be better. Yeah.
One man, how can you wake up in such a place and have a good dream? Look at it. You've been in Nigeria.
Yeah, but the one thing that sustains you surely will be hope. You can't if you don't have hope, then. Yeah?
How are you going to have hope when you don't even have a space, or you don't have that opportunity to have your own mind of freedom to even talk? When you walk now on the street, you're looking left, right, and center. Maybe you're going to get kidnapped. Maybe what are you going to say? That the government will want to kill you. Look at the lady, the pageant lady that went for beauty contest, and now because she used Nigerian flag that had blood.
Are they after her?
Yeah, she made a video that she's receiving threats. So in Nigeria, there is no freedom. You're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to live. You're not allowed to have clean water. You're not allowed to have good health. You're not allowed to even, live your life. Very soon now, they will say people should stop marrying.
But you say that, but in some northern states, they are actually coming up with policies that before you get married, they will drug test you. This is what they are doing in the north now. They want to drug test you, and then they want to test your genes to see that you are compatible. So forget love or anything in the equation now. They want to. I mean, what is going on here? They want to drug test you.
Tell me,
Is it different from a pastor trying to find out that you are a virgin before the?
Well, no, that's religion, not government. What are you talking about over here?
Oh, government. Okay. No, I'm just asking. I'm
not. No. It is the government in the north, but it's equally and bad. The lesser of two evils is still evil over here. But just to this space, Bia, I don't know if you have a thought on it or not. Some woman that claims she had 10 children, but alas, it was just boju. Are you following that story, or is this not something at all that?
I've not seen it, but I believe that nothing is impossible. Everything I see, I take it with a pinch of salt. I believe in facts and figures by research. I believe in researching things before I accept it. Anyone can go online on the internet, especially the internet has brought the world more closer now, so people can say whatever they want to say for attention or for personal so
all right.
Have 10 babies, that is her problem, because only
she actually did not. It's the thing. She came out and made a lot of noise in the globally, because it was a world record. And then, of course, when the doctors went in, they said she had not been pregnant for years. So just she's now in some psychiatric unit.
Yeah, that's why these days when you hear or read anything online, you must go and check it out.
Yes. Even in this session, we were running a narrative of how the DSS had picked up Abaribe for wearing .nation t-shirt, and then when we went to the follow-up story, Abaribe said so just a total nonsense. But thank you, Bia. Every time you come, let me. So this is the person that you have to send your account number to, Michael Sule Olote. So of course, Bia's accounts only accept dollars and only in millions.
Buhari,
Yeah, you're offering Bia land in Borno. Is that what has she done to you that you want to do that to her?
The ultimate
land in Borno. Why don't you Kuku take a gun? Why don't you Kuku take a gun and finish her? You want to land in Borno? Look, it's wickedness, isn't it? And we thought you look at that.
Love is wicked. Love is wicked.
Yeah.
See how wicked Ovie is. She didn't have her house in US.
Yes, in Borno. Look at that. So you go the top line for Texas. You put her in Borno. The way put her in Borno. You put her in Puda. You also put the woman that looks like this in Puda. Look at that.
Why? I mean.
You want to cover up?
Referendum. I want
They
to
want-
like. I know there are lots of people that support One Nigeria in this platform. I believe everyone should be given the opportunity to speak out for what they believe in. I believe in the solution of Nigeria. I believe in a chance for referendum for people to actually air their views, what they really want for their lives. I'm not against anyone that wants One Nigeria, but this is what I want.
Here's the strategy. When me and you get that ticket and finally get to Asuro, we will carry the plan out.
I don't want Asuro.
There you go. Thank you, Bia. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko, who has been waiting patiently. So Ajanle Koko, to the space. Bia, don't go anywhere. At least we want to hear more from you before you leave us. So Ajanle Koko, to the space. The Borno students, 30 of them, it says how Borno school suspended 30 nursing students for not lining up to greet Buhari. So that is just a shocking thing to hear. Even more shocking is DEJI ADEYANJU's narrative with regards to how the PDP are looking to jettison dollar bag ATIKU and put in another Malami. But more shocking and most shocking of all are that preeminent Igbo foremost name, Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, on his knees to some random Fulani headsman with a bag full of dollars, pleading and begging that he wants to compensate him. So, Ajanle Koko, let's hear from you.
Hey, how are you all?
We're good. How are you?
Okay. I think my sister Bia have added a glamour to this platform this evening.
There you go.
By showing her face. I think it would be better to keep to that. Keep showing your face. You have added
look at that
anymore. Ovie, want to see your face?
No. Your name is not Ovie. Don't hide behind Ovie. All of us, we want to see. That's just Ovie. Don't be Ovie. It's a bit better thing.
Now they know you, the father of the day.
All right, Ajanle Koko. So
okay.
Don't embarrass Abia. So yes, to the narrative. Yeah.
So actually, Buhari popularity is diminishing every day, and that's a fact. Up in the north, there is not popular as he was in 2014 because he has brought havoc on them. A lot of northerners has been killed, Christian, Muslim, and a lot of them living peaceful life in their villages, in their town. This man, incompetence in everything, incompetence in security, incompetence in managing the economy, incompetence in political maneuvering.
But really, just Ajanle Koko today is incompetence is one thing, but a freedom of expression and association and the right to act at will. I mean, people don't want to line up on the streets in the sun to welcome somebody that they detest. It is their right. They are not on the streets throwing stones at him. They are staying away in protest, and even that gets them suspended from school. I mean, what is that all about?
Yeah, what I was saying, why I was saying about the incompetence is because I was trying to compare his popularity in 2014 and now. So I was saying that his popularity was very huge in 2014 before he became president, but now
he's been demythified. He's been demythified.
Yeah. His popularity is fading up and fading up very, very fast. And people, I think that Northerners I'm talking about the common people now. I'm not talking about the politicians. Northerners are more unhappy than we are in the South with this man now. But it's just because, you know, their conservative way of life that doesn't allow them to challenge the authority is what is keeping them down. So, but a lot of Northerners are not happy with this man. And we are going to know after this man leaves office, a lot of things will be revealed about this man. And I believe this man might face International Court of Justice and be charged.
Yes, almost it'll be a travesty of justice if it doesn't. It'll be a travesty of justice if it doesn't. But the only thing is, he's that old and that ill that really we will be able to get to him in time to present him at The Hague, is the question.
This man, I believe, will be
somebody that is always in London every 6 weeks for injection.
well, let's see if he's still alive after the completion of office. I believe this man will be charged for genocide against humanity, because what he has done in that country, a lot of things will be revealed against him by the Northerners, by the Easterners, and which will give cause for this man to be charged for, you know, genocide against humanity. And that is me. That's what I can predict. But, you know, talking to the suspension of girls, students.
Sorry. Let me just hold you in that space that you are, that crime against humanity. You know that there's a real narrative there. You know, this Shiite thing that we see, that when they are marching in Abuja all the time, you know, there are about 300 of them. They were just taken out by some army chief in Kaduna. This is what they're really, and that was what led to the now essentially kidnapping. They will say arrest, but kidnapping of El Zakzaki. So we've had that. We've had the savaging of Lekki toll gate. The figures are coming out now. The pathologists telling us 90 people, 100 people, etc. So the figures are coming out. And then in the east, of course, ever ongoing, just share all load here all load today, over tomorrow, just open fire on every, so this crime against humanity, it can easily be documented and presented at the international court.
It is well documented. I guarantee you that a lot of people, a lot of organizations are documenting all these atrocities that this man is committing against humanity in that country. All across the country is well documented. In the southwest, it's well documented. In the east, particularly, is well documented. And in the north, these people you just mentioned, the Shiite Muslims, they kill them like chicken. They kill them because, I mean, it's just outrageous the way people are being killed in that country under this man.
There is it doesn't make the news anymore because the human life has no value in Nigeria anymore. So when they are reading the news, you know, when they used to leave the sports till the end. So what they are now leaving till the end now at death tolls, and when they've done what the show business and Davido is dating some other chick, and then before they go, they say, and oh, by the way, 150 people were killed again today in Borno. This is now the thing. It's just the back pages of the news. It's no longer, you know, human life has no value anymore within the space that we call Nigeria.
Look, I hope I listened to interview of Arise and by Arise with
Abati.
Abati and
Tudun. No, I saw that. Yes, I saw that.
You see that what's the name of that the northerner, what's his name?
Sheikh Gumi.
Sheikh Gumi. You see how he was revealing to the world that the military know the people behind all these things, all this killing, and they were and they work with the terrorists to commit all these atrocities. You heard what he said. So
yeah, no, I wanted to do that story actually. The military have come out to debunk it, but I felt that it wasn't strong enough, so I just, yeah, it was one of the stories I was considering to, yeah.
yes, they will debunk it, but the facts are there. Gumi, before he came out and said that he got all his facts from the terrorists themselves, because, you know, he was the one meeting them, negotiating for some people to get released. So he got all his facts right, and that's why he can come out openly without fear to tell the world that military are working hand in hand with these people to commit this atrocity. So a lot of things will be revealed against this man after his tenure. So we just wait and see. So on the this lady's the suspension of students and workers, well, this man's popularity is gone. It's just buying time. So that's what I see. I don't see...
Because apparently the last time he was in Borno, they booed him and they said, I read the Hausa words out, but I can't, you know, I probably didn't pronounce it properly. But essentially they booed him, yeah.
They were stoning his motorcade. They were stoning them. The people came out and shouted, you know, they were shouting.
You have disappointed us. That's
like,
yeah.
Yes, something like that. So his popularity is gone.
And by the way, forget Katsina. If they turn their back against Buhari in a place like Borno, well, that is the end of Solomon Grundy. That is the end for him. That, you know, it no longer, you know, has
for your information, even in Katsina is not popular.
Yeah, no, they hate him there.
Yeah, in Katsina is not popular because the state, the security of the state is like, you know, it's killing all over. There is no security in that state. And could you imagine, in his own state, there is no security. You remember the last time he traveled to Katsina?
Yes, and then they kidnapped, yes, to embarrass him, yes.
So this man is, he has destroyed the security network, he has destroyed everything in that country, and that is why everybody has to stand up against him. But it's just unfortunate that the politicians will not do that, and some of those millionaires that have those millionaires that whose state who have heavily invested in that Nigeria, they don't want it to break. So person like Nwanyanwu,
yes,
that is begging for that is not to compensate the northerners.
Imagine they should remove his Igbo credentials immediately. That Nwanyanwu, they should de-Igbo him.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to do that so that the northerners will still see him as a friend or a detribalized person. Whereas what he was doing is that he's telling them, don't worry, I can destroy my people for your existence. So that is what is really showing to them. But Nwanyanwu is, I don't really know his position in Igbo land right now. I don't know how strong he is.
To be honest with you, when I saw his name, I was surprised because he's not a name anymore that you hear about. It was just some old money that's come out of gone off the limelight, but then it looks as though it's coming back. But I want to take you to the PDP, but before I take you to PDP to just get your soundings before I go to engineer, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So Alexander super chat to celebrate BR. So he says, BR is so beloved on this platform. BR is so beloved on this platform, understandably so. Bless your heart. And then in Neoma, I'm not going GCK or GCK. So whatever that means, you can see it on your screen, BR, and that is insane.
Mr. we sponsor our honeymoon to space.
Don't worry. That's your honeymoon now. The amount of competition you have over here, I think you have going back the list. Though people are throwing money, you are throwing empty word. You are throwing land in Borno. You want to take out to Borno? You want to take her to Borno?
Mr. Alexander is bidding to sponsor our honeymoon to space.
Look at that.
He's fighting to be the father of the day.
Look, and Alexander is backing up his compliments with a super chat. Whatever that guy's, sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. I just can't recall the name. He is asking her to send her account details, and you are talking about land in Borno. What is? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Do I have to give you skills? Do I have to give you skills? Land in Borno. This is it. People are throwing dollars and pounds. We are talking about land in Borno.
Yeah, why he's frowning? What happened? Did he lose any money today?
Who's that?
Yeah, he's always smiling, but today I don't know whether he lose money.
I don't know. Yes. You know, it's funny. You know, anytime I look at engineer, I don't see the smile which we know him for. But we'll come on.
Engineer is eating bitter cola.
Yeah, this is it.
Crypto.
But so to PDP, the ADEYANJU running commentaries on the goings on in PDP and saying that ATIKU will be sideswiped for Bala Mohammed or Tambuwal. So what do you make of that permutation, and why do you is that then to be read into that the ticket is not going to be zoned to the southern region, which is the anticipation of most people, especially the southerners? So to that space, Janle Koko.
I don't think that PDP will make that mistake to and not to cede that position to the east. I mean, to the south this time around, and because ATIKU tried last time and it didn't work. So, and this southern part of Nigeria, particularly the east and the south side, is the strong base of PDP, and if they lose those two regions, south and southeast, that's the end of PDP. So I think PDP will be very conscious of that.
But can you not see the political calculus in that, though, Janle Koko? Because as you said, the southern regions are a stronghold for the PDP, and what they really need to punch through will be in the northern region if they are going to rescue the country from the APC. So they are just banking that they will not lose too much if they present a northern person to the southerners, especially when they explain the logic to them, and they will gain from the north. So they have banked the southern region, and then they are going to use that northern candidate to play to the northern politics, because of course nobody is going to vote APC in the south. So do you think there's a political calculations going on there?
Yeah.
Expediency.
Yeah, you see, PDP is not going to make mistakes to take the position of presidency to the north, because they know well that the whole south are very angry with APC government now, and that is why we have agitation here and there in the west and in the south. I mean, in the west and in the east. And the south side, they are just watching. We don't know what they want to do. But if APC choose their presidential candidate from the north, I bet you PDP will choose there from the south, because they know that if they go and choose their own candidate from the north, they will lose south completely. And the south, the east and the south side is their strong base. And if those people are not on their side, that's the end of PDP, and that might definitely kill PDP. And another way I want us to look at it is that the southern people have heavily invested in PDP, and they are patiently waiting, particularly the southeast. Obi being the vice president last time, Vice President or ATIKU last time, stand a very good chance for presidential ticket for PDP. It's just depend on Obi now to know how he's going to play his game. If Obi know how to play his game within the party, I believe he will get a good support, across the country within the PDP as a presidential candidate. Particularly if ATIKU support him, because ATIKU have the money. ATIKU can play the money around. If supporting Obi, and Obi will surely get the ticket. It just needs, Obi doesn't have the money, but if ATIKU back him up with that money and with the machinery he has with PDP, because ATIKU machinery in the PDP is very strong, because he was one of the.
I cannot see anybody. I can't see anybody out maneuvering ATIKU for the PDP post. He's a political mastermind and an extremely wealthy man. I should say. So those are the two things that you need for the Nigeria. The only person that has a better political calculus than ATIKU, by my reckoning, would probably be Saraki, because he's a political juggernaut too.
Yes, Saraki is very strong in PDP, and he have the money as well.
And Saraki is an ATIKU boy, by the way.
Yeah, he's an ATIKU boy. So, but they're going to look at, the long-time goal, which is to win the presidency before they back a candidate. But I'm very sure that Southeast being the only or one of the region in the country, or let me say the most marginalized region in that country.
Sorry, who is the most marginalized?
Southeast, the Igbo.
No. We've already said that language of victimhood. Even BI is starting to repudiate it. They are not marginalized.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying that they are marginalized in general, but what I'm saying that when it comes to the position of presidency, they are the most marginalized. They have invested heavily in the political arena in that country, and they deserve to be compensated for that position. So, and they are very strong in PDP. They have a very strong stake in PDP, and PDP knows that. So they cannot, PDP cannot afford to wish the East away, except they want to take a risk so that we jeopardize their chance in winning the presidency.
You see, the thing is, sometimes the East, they would not have a choice. It's a case of better the devil you know, isn't it? If the APC present a northern candidate, some extremists like El Rufai, and the PDP presents a Yoruba man, then the East, then they are left with the choice of either going with another Malami again, or going with the Yoruba man who they can at least align a little bit with, even though they want the presidency for themselves. But let's say, yeah, go on. Respond to that, and then we'll go to engineer and find out why he's so frowny face today.
I said that guy they eat bitter cola. That's why.
Okay.
Look, the East will not go either side. The East will not go, whether it is Yoruba man they presented on one party or Hausa man on the other party, the East will not go. And that will even give this agitation for Biafra a very strong
Philip.
Yes, for the that will give them a very strong chance that, oh, you see what we're talking about? They don't like us. Yoruba doesn't like us. Hausa don't like us. You see the game they are playing? That is what they will use. And that will sell, that will resonate with Igbo people everywhere. So PDP is not going to take that chance. They're not going to give it to North or Yoruba. Yoruba have had their own. That one is clear. We are talking about PDP this time. Yoruba had their own.
Okay. I don't think a lot of people will agree with that, but thank you. Let's hear from engineer, and then with your permission, let me shuffle you and Ola only to bring you back. But there's still 3 more people that have not yet had a say. So let me shuffle you and Ola. But let's hear from engineer. Engineer, good to see you, but not see you in the manner that we're used to. We are usually used to seeing you with a big smile on your face. So engineer, good to see you nevertheless. So to the narrative.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, house.
Good evening, engineer.
Yeah, to be honest, it's just when I thought of Nigeria again.
What come to me,
the anger in me, honestly, and when it comes to think about this guy going to negotiate or planning to write a check to Fulani people, I just
look at that. Of all people.
The country is finished. I'm sorry to say it, because at the end of the day, let me start from here. You see, when they talk about Fulani, let's be realistic to ourselves. Fulani has never gone to school. Let's say, out of 10, I can bet you 6% they didn't go to school. But something we need to realize here: how can these people that didn't go to school are still controlling Nigeria economy, Nigerian money? So it's something that we have to look at ourselves and think about it properly, because we go to school, we went through education system and up to date. Someone that didn't go to school, he still be controlling us. So it's a sad thing and it's a pity. It's a pity, I must be honest to you, because come to think about the Borno thing, if you live in Borno State, that's one of the most peaceful states ever, apart from when this Boko Haram has turned Borno State to become a cricket or football ground. Borno State is where food is more cheaper than any other state in Nigeria. So Ove will know about it more because he lives there. If you can buy something in the south, 10 pound, you can see it in Borno State, one pound. Or 1 naira. So let's just be honest from there. And when you come to think about it again, when the governor said the party students will be suspended for a week, you will look at it that he spent 300 million naira, right? But where did that money go to? Remember, the Boko Haram too, they are hunting him. He must have bribed them. He bribed them, and he must have bribed two other people so nobody can attack his godfatherism, which is the Buhari. You understand? So when you come to things like that, it's really, really sad. It's really sad. And if you look at it, you'll be wondering, we have leaders up to date. Look at from 10 years back. Does that mean Nigeria cannot give life, cannot give road, cannot provide water for the poor people in that country? So, at times, it's very, very sad and it's unfair. You look at how people are suffering every single day by day, and we have leaders, the so-called leaders, and they're just sitting on their comfortable zone, enjoying that money, driving things, It's really, really pity. It's disgusting. Honestly.
But talking about enjoying money, ATIKU, of course, he's been enjoying money since his day at customs. Looted so much that his hobby now is running for presidential tickets and whatnot. But it looks as though
somebody like ATIKU, who he vowed that he had agreement with Nigerian governors. He is the one importing generators to that country. The country is meant to have a light, but he is the main chief of any generator coming into Nigeria. That's the contract that he has signed with Nigerian government. It's so sad. Somebody like that, what more do he want to achieve, for goodness sake?
I don't know if it's poverty mentality or something, but it never ceases to amaze me that somebody that has acquired so much wealth will still continue to savage the system in the way that the Nigerian elites do. a lot of them comfortably dollar billionaires several times over, and still they continue to loot and loot and loot and loot. It's almost like a sport. It's almost like they're doing it for sport.
You know, during Atiku and Obasanjo, there was a time Obasanjo is trying to set him up, and Atiku is going to America, and in a private jet, which they put amount of the money there is just too high. And apparently someone leaked that secret to Atiku. That's what he did. He branched to South Africa and dropped that money over there. By the time he got to America, they surrounded his private jet, which they ransacked everywhere. They couldn't find nothing. You know, that was the time Obasanjo wanted to nail him down from there. But it's unfortunately that you know, the system is completely is disgusting. So when you come to think about it again, you'll be wondering, what is this man? Why is he that eager to come back to that seat? Why is he dying for it? You understand? Something these people will realize that one day they will die. When would they go and give accountable? You know? It's so sad. It's really, really sad. If you look at how Nigerians they are now compared to 10 years back, things are tough. There is hunger in the land. People are dying. This government don't give a crap. They don't give a... Come on. It's high time, man. It's high time. It's so sad. It's really, really sad. Somebody like Atiku, he should be the one advising the youth how to guide them, how to put them through. To, you know, to achieve something in that country, to develop the country.
You know, the way to break the paradigm in Nigeria would be to have a president that is 45 or under, and with that will just clear all the dead wood out of the Nigerian political space. You know, maybe even it should be a constitutional matter that if you are going to serve a first term, then you should not be older than 45. Maybe we should do that, you know.
The thing is that they will never allow such things to exist in Nigerian constitution or policy, whatever they call it. So that's just the truth. They will never ever. If you look at it, one man, these people are just there. They are evil, and it's such a shame that they have friends, they have families, and nobody can advise them that all the wealth you have, can you just stop from there? Just stop. For one, come on. The whole country, no electricity. What kind of mess is this?
All right. Thank you, engineer. We all feel your pain because it's just, you know, if it was some country that was a basket case, we would understand. But it is a land of plenty, but then also a land of poverty.
Have every resource Nigeria have. Then, if you come to think about this man that is telling the Fulanis to go and give their potato or whatever that he's going to pay. You see, some time ago I said it. South, there is a problem there. There is a problem that lack of trust, lack of communication, and lack of teamwork. So if you look at it, that's what is affecting both the Yorubas and the Igbos from that other angle. Because now, tomorrow people will be blaming, oh, Fulani do this, Fulani do that. Fulani, they work as a team. They work in one direction. But look at it now. How can an Igbo businessman coming up saying he's going to pay?
Give them open check.
So you'll be wondering what the hell is going on in that country.
No, but it's politics, isn't it? He's just speaking to
But at the end of the day, how do you think south, east, west? How can they bring a reliable source to put in front to become Nigerian president?
I'm sure the Northerners even they'll be surprised to see that headline because they'll be thinking, they will be thinking, what is going on with this man? But thank you, engineer. Let's hear from Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind, good to see you. So, to the space. I'm sure you have been following. So, just pick it up from whichever point you like.
Yeah. My greetings to everyone. It's good to be here again. Yes. looking at today's topic, I think the issue of Abaribe and the harassment um, news that we're hearing of a possible arrest of Abaribe by DSS. I don't know if they've already.
No, that's been debunked. Abaribe himself has come out to say it's a nonsense, as has the DSS. So, yeah, we ran through it and then we concluded that it is a nonsense.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I saw it on. I mean, I've not really read the whole thing on Sahara Reporters. So.
Yes. So, Abaribe came out to say that his spokesperson said that they contacted the spokesperson and he said, look, he's in the office with me now. So that they said that yesterday now was the anniversary of when they arrested him last. So that somebody was just being mischievous with that. And then the DSS equally came out to say that they've not even seen the guy, never mind arrest him. So a bit of a nonsense, that one.
Yeah. So, well, these two people just made me laugh here. I just know. Bia and Ovie.
No, just Bia and Ovie. This is you know, we have to buy a suit very soon to come and listen to da 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 da. So yes.
Yeah. So well, the thing is, one thing about Buhari's government is that we've been seeing in recent months, we've been seeing a lot of evidence or kind of like tendencies that shows that they are averse to criticism. Anybody that dissents with them is considered an enemy. In fact,
yes.
Somebody was saying,
but the approach is to use a sledgehammer to kill an insect. It's just. It's the same thing they did with the Twitter thing that has now blown it into something that is now more than it should have been. Something that they could have just done, maybe, just a minor little pushback and just left it there. Now they've just made it into this international embarrassment. So,
Yeah, so many things is being done by this Buhari's government. I don't know if the man knows or if he's aware or not, or just his inner circles that he won.
He might not well know because he's on his way to London again for his injection,
Yeah, so but then what I'm just seeing there is that you see anybody who do not sing the same music like this as they sing is considered it's considered to be in the opposition. And we've seen, like you said, the sledgehammer kind of
approach
reactions from them. But then I see this whole thing as Buhari's government is going to go down in the history of that country as a very despotic.
Adale Koko was suggesting that after his tenure, he should be frog marched to the Hague and made to face crimes against humanity or some charges of that nature.
In fact, I would suggest to Nigerians to start kind of like an hashtag.
Putting the case together now, yes.
Start an hashtag that Buhari.
There is nothing will happen to that man. We're just wasting our time.
We will see. Hold on. There's a Chilean president called Augustus Pinochet. He did similarly to Buhari then in Chile. He savaged and ravaged that place, just endless killing. He got a knock on his door. It was 6-7 years ago in London, and it was picked up. So never say. So there's always the chance,
One man is not going to happen. We are the country that they can't speak in one voice. You understand? Let's just look at things every.
That could happen if you have a different kind of leader.
And also the people that are going to push this thing, there are people. Sorry, Bia. Yeah, go on.
I don't think Buhari will be alive to see.
That's the only thing, because he's a man in his 80s and he's always in London taking injections,
battling some sort of terminal illness. That's why he's like, I can do whatever I want to do and I'll get away with it. But I don't think he's got time, so he can now do whatever he likes.
I 100% agree with what you just said, because I have always been of that thought too, because I think that the people know that are handling him, they're just sustaining him with these injections because they know that once he's out of office, they'll just let him go and he might well even let go himself. So they just, it's like it's like perfect crime they are committing against the Nigerian state, Anyway, carry on our rational mind.
It's just it's just so sad that we find ourselves in this situation in that country. where we seem, we all seem, for the most part, the majority of us in that country, we seem to be at the mercy of these few cabals or elites that seems to be really, controlling the whole thing in that country. It's so sad, but I know one thing I know for sure is that the Yoruba people say that they said if however things is going to be, it's going to have an outcome at some point. So I believe there's going to be an outcome to this whole thing with this man, because I know the way things are going. It's just so much they can hide for so long, but the truth someday will come out, and we know where we stand as to that.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let's hear from you, Igbo. Just to the narrative. Igbo, good to see you. You're not eating again now, you Igbo. Look, okay, good.
Not at all. The topic of, please, can you just...
No, we were talking about Buhari back in London yet again for his every 6 weeks now injection that he seems to be coming to get in London. And then this story about Borno State suspending 30 nursing students for not coming out to welcome Buhari when he visited the state. And then DEJI ADEYANJU telling us that PDP are turning their back against ATIKU Abubakar, and the names that they are conjuring with now are Bala Mohammed and Tambuwal. So that's essentially what the conversation is about.
If PDP go to, I want to believe that if PDP go to the north, they will lose this election again.
Yeah, that is what somebody said. I think that is Ajanle Koko, yeah.
They will lose this election again because Nigerians are more wiser than they are 2 years ago, 3 years ago, a year ago. You understand? And people have grown up, the population, you know the change in terms of growth, how it is today. So if they think of fronting any northerner in the PDP, forget about PDP. We always still face the APC. That one is for sure. No, this one is.
But then, what if it is not again? Because if APC gives you a Rufai as Ovie is suggesting, and then PDP gives you this Tambuwal or whatever his name is.
If APC give you somebody like Rufai, PDP give you that, why can they? They can never be not. We are not going to see such a thing. It's you that, but if should that be the case, you will see people turning to this Tambuwal because Rufai, I don't see Rufai leading this country. That's just the truth. To me, I don't see somebody like
that's obvious candidate though.
I forget. The candidate Rufai. You see what's going on in Kaduna? If Rufai come and run Nigeria will divide now.
Look at that. Any single every time you pick up a newspaper, he has sacked 4,000 people. He has sacked 10,000 people because he thinks tough guy. He thinks he's doing tough guy. Some little guy.
This guy is tough guy.
Yeah, tough guy.
He's behaving like someone that is. He's just making a show.
Rufai will be worse than this guy. He's just a hardcore. Even hardcore than Buhari, but with better English. That's the only thing. Rufai is Buhari, but with better English. That is all he is.
He's even worse than Buhari with better English. Rufai is worse than Buhari. How can you say no? Rufai will not sit in National Road. That one is so. Nigerians agree with me. Nigerians will agree. Nobody will come and front Rufai for Nigeria to come and leave Nigeria. It's very, very impossible. That is not the case. The space of people not welcoming Buhari in Borno and sacking them. My brother, to welcome somebody, is it by force? Not by force. These are the things that I go look. Listen, let me tell you, the North are more angrier than the South. Some of them, they cannot talk. That is where the hands are tied. And I see no reason you will be dying in silence. How can you put nurse somewhere or wherever, sack them or suspend them or put them in jail because they refuse to welcome Buhari? Must they welcome? Must they welcome him? Must they welcome him? Is Buhari really caring for them or Buhari build any hospital in that Borno since the killing that is going on there? So what is he talking about? You know these people in the north, you know the Igbos has come that they want to pay them for things that they destroy or wherever. See, if the Igbo makes that decision, for me, they're just trying to make peace. So I don't see anybody can look at them as because maybe they are afraid or they are no. I love that. I love that. I love that. I know that kind of. I don't. What is his name? That is
giving them money.
That doesn't really mean that they are afraid. People
really,
want peace.
Really, Ego. The people that have come in, do you know how much atrocities these people have committed? You've seen some of the images. I'm sure you've seen some of the video clips.
Okay. All right. We not tell them that he wants to pay them now. We're expecting ATIKU or one person from the north also to also pay the south. So what do you mean? Because if you want to talk of lost or lose, it is these people here in the south that have lost more than any other person. So if Iwanyanwu is paying them for their loss, who can we bring from the north? If it's ATIKU or Babangida or Buhari, he should come and pay the south for their loss also. See, we should not be making problem out of nothing.
And this is not is not the first time we've seen this. So when that Shasha market was burnt down by as a result of the atrocities of the Hausas, I think it was then. The people that got the compensation at the end of it was these same northerners that went to burn down a marketplace in Ibadan.
Okay, what about the people there? Did they have their compensation? No. So we should stop all this thing. In fact, well, we don't know where this country is going. We pray for peace, my brother. We pray for peace. So let us try to be maintaining peace. But for what Iwanyanwu is doing, Iwanyanwu should also expect something of such from the north. Because for the south, nobody is ready to pay tangible to anybody. Because they've not destroyed anybody. I believe they are the one coming to destroy that area. So nobody. So Buhari going for medication. We should pray that he finish his term. We all are praying for Buhari to live to finish his term. I pray that 2 years is a very long time also. Buhari is not a young man. Buhari is 80 years if I'm not.
No, Buhari is the same age as Mugabe now. It's Mugabe age now.
90.
Yeah, well, the same generation. They were doing president together back in those days. So
back in the bless
yeah.
Buhari as it is now, it should be up to 80, 90, you know that age. So
it's a bit like Tinubu telling us he's 70, is 69 or something. But I mean, imagine the foolishness. We add on years as we go older. Those people they subtract. They get younger as they grow older.
A prophet came on screen today to prophesy that Tinubu is dying very soon. He said it again. New prophecy.
Forget the prophecy. What happened to TB Joshua? That one is another chop I chop, isn't it?
This is where we find ourselves. Everybody is saying his own. So we are in trouble, really. But let's pray for peace. Forget about whatever Iwanyanwu is saying. And that guy who is giving ultimatum. See, there is the DSS and the ESSS and whatever. That statement is a statement of threat. Those are sat together and make all those comments and say that they've done it before and they are ready to do it again. Blah, blah, blah. All those are threats to Southeast and Southwest governor. Where is the DSS? Or they don't watch that video. This one is an open.
You know, it's just the double standards. The one thing that will make you give up on the Nigerian state is just one name, Sheikh Gumi. If you hear some of the things that this guy says on a regular basis, not even 0.1% of it will be said by a southerner before they go and surround his house, Showore style, the way they took Showore from that hotel the last time with heavy guns. But this guy will come on Arise TV and boast and brag about how he's fighting for his clansmen who are the Fulanis and that they are victims, even though it's just...
Sorry to cut you. Let me just see. Why would you blame such a man? Well, we have the bandits in army, we have the bandits in the boat, You have the bandit in the police. So why would you come out
Yeah,
and
but he has exposed them now. So what comes off the back of this is what we're waiting to see. But then, of course, it will just be noise making in the newspapers, and something else will come up. But thank you, Igor.
Let me say something. One minute. Okay,
Yeah, go on.
Excuse me.
So sorry, Igor, land your point, then Nodi. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the funny thing in that with that bandit in this Kaduna zone? These bandits are men like me and you. They go to the bush after they kidnap and have money. They go back to the city and sleep with women. As I speak to you now.
Yeah, of course. Now, what else are they using the money for? You know one story, Igor. You know one story, Igor, that I saw that really surprised me.
Come on.
Because you're saying that they are everyday people. This story I saw, this guy was arrested in I think round about that forest areas where all these bandits were to like taking people to. And what this guy was narrating, this guy is a baker. What this guy was narrating is that he's the baker for the bandits. So every morning he will bake bread and he will come and meet them at the roadside, hand over the bread, and they used to pay him stupendous amount of money for the bread. So like you said, these people they are buying bread from the bread guy, they are buying meat from the meat guy. Whilst they are holding people, so they are essentially people who are they are amongst us. They are not aliens from Mars. I'm not even sure that they are these foreigners that they are amongst us. You know. And people know where they are. More importantly, that is the thing.
They go there in the night to stay in the bush. When they are broke, they go to the bush with guns and everything. When they kidnap and make money and share, they come back to the city of Kaduna to flex. They begin to look for their next victim and target. That's what they do. That's the business they do. We get all the information that is coming out of that area. Yes, there are Boko Haram. Yes, there are banditry. There are also groups that has used this one as a clear business. They have parents back home. That is why some of them here that some people pay, what do you call it, ransom, they still kill them. Those are boys who went and kidnapped their own neighbor.
And when they were showing some of the images of these so-called bandits on Arise television, when they were interviewing Sheikh Gumi, they were showing some of these bandits holding their hostages. I was surprised. Boys no older than between 13 and 17, a lot of them looking like 16-year-olds and whatnot. Just children, not even young men, children essentially. Some of the rifles, some of the guns they were carrying was as tall as them. You know, it's just
just imagine that. You imagine that. You will understand that those children now, they are within the wood there. They are inside the wood. Even those that will be sending them might be in town. They might be living with you in town. They will do their information, everything from the town. Why the people that they're using for the job are in the bush? They are clearing ways for them in the town. That's like what?
All right. Thank you, Igor.
Business, my brother. Thanks, man.
I've taken everybody's sounding, so I'll be seeking to round off now. So I'll start from you. Actually, rational since you are already So carry on.
So you see, the issue of X-Men or this northern violence that we see, or bandit they call them, that melt violence and are gradually pushing them down south with Boko Haram. You see, I keep saying, you see, the problem with the north, the problem with Nigeria. I know the southerners have their own problem, but on their own, southerners do not really have much problem when it comes to social life and economically. I know we have problems too, but not as much as back in north. But you see, the way the northern elites have governed that space has created a possibility for how do I put it? Possible anarchy, and that will lead to violence, which already we are seeing. Number one thing is they've enslaved the people there to the point that they are not educated for the most part, and that in itself alone, it's a sign of a possible how do I put it? A possible problem in the future. I would say, if not the 80%, apart from those from South who are there, but I'm saying people who are originally from from northern part of Nigeria, I would say almost 80% of them are illiterate, who don't really understand. Yeah, I live in north.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's forget this issue of
Where in north do you live?
I've lived in Niger State. I live in Abuja. I live in Kaduna. I've been to Kano. I live in Kano.
Those
but I've
people,
not
they
been
are
to
not
the extreme
illiterate, my
corner.
friend.
So Sokoto. Well, I remember when I was
Also, we have to wonder about the metrics that we use to measure literacy, because a lot of these people, they start off their lives in Quranic school, which is a form of
Yeah, so I would say, well, let's just say 70%, but I'm saying it's as serious as what I said, 80%, because the so-called elite, they send their own kids to they won't send their own kids to the Quranic school. They'll send their kids to better schools in abroad, and they will recycle themselves and replace themselves with their kids. So what I'm just trying to say is, the problem the problem Nigeria is having is from the north itself. In every way you look at it. Like if southerners, like now what was going on in the southern part of Nigeria, where we're gradually seeing what is going on in the north coming down south, and we're kicking against it, and these northerners are not really, not perturbed, and they're not really disturbed as to it. That's in itself a problem. And so if this continues this way, I think that country will never know peace, except maybe everybody go on their separate ways. And I don't see them as ready to change. Because the so-called elites from there, they want to continue holding them down, impoverish them, make them continue being that illiterate states, not being able to decide and know what is going on. And as long as they subject them that way, they'll be able to control the people from there. But we certain people from the south, we don't want that. We are very individualistic, and so that is one problem. On the case of this guy, what's his name, Abaribe. I know that it's not just now. Buhari government has been, ever since the case of Nnamdi Kanu, when he signed off. He had to stand for Nnamdi Kanu as one of the shorties, and he escaped and job bail rather. And they've been looking for ways or means to get this man. I won't be surprised they are getting him arrested, but I think that's going to be a problem if they do. But we're yet to see how that's going to play out as such. But I know they've been looking for ways to arrest that man, because they were telling him, look, your person you stand for joint bail, so we're going to use it in place of him, because that's what you said when you signed for him. You said you don't see him, they hold you. Now we're hearing, but they could not do that. Now they're trying to use this excuse now. So for me, I see that as a problem. If they eventually do that, they get this man arrested, it's going to be a problem for them.
No, I think it's too late now for them to do that. I think what these people are trying to do now is just to peter down things, quieten things down, and just ease themselves. They've stolen enough money. Maybe they'll still continue to steal, but I think maybe from now till they leave, they just want a quiet life now. I don't think they want to rock the boat like Shorestyle, abducting people and all this kind of I think they just want a quiet life now, really.
Well, maybe that's what they wanted.
Correct.
Go on, please. Go on,
Ego. Yeah. Ego, were you about to say something?
No, I say you are correct. What you just said now is
yes.
They might likely want to come by now, because see, if they continue in the same leg or whatever, they might likely explode. We all see the condition of the country. Are you not seeing the condition of this country?
Well, the country cannot calm
is
down.
Broke. Eh?
Go on, please. Go on.
I said this country is so broke to the extent, if you say.
So if they are broke, how do you expect the camp to really hold it? To really have effect as such as they want it? Because the country is in a very
what he's saying is that they don't want to spark anything that will combust this. Yeah.
Even though they don't want to spark anything right now, the state in which that country is right now, it
will internally combust. Yes.
So because economically, people are not doing well in that country. Economically, people are more worse than back in 2015 when these idiots took over. And so, how do you expect people to keep quiet in the face of abject poverty? So they cannot. And then if they start making noise or protesting, they'll see that as you be dissenting from them.
This is why I say it's a race against time with these people. They want to go quietly, but then events in Nigeria, because they've so wrecked the country now that even something that would not be of their own making would trigger almost that space. Maybe some rogue policeman will go and kill that one person too many, or some rogue army person will go and brutalize somebody. You know, it's just going to take one incident that because people are on edge in that country. People are on so they might even want a quiet life, but that might well be taken off them just because of the environment that they have created. That's
all for now. That's all.
All right, thank you, Noddy. God bless. So the silky tones of the elegance, that is Sally B. Sally makes an appearance. Sally, have you been following? Why are you all dressed up as well? Why is everybody dressed up today? Although you always you exist in the dark. I don't. Are you a vampire or something? Are you not allowed to see daylight? Are you Dracula? Are you Dracula? Sally B, that you're always in the dark. Good to see you. Sally, unmute yourself.
He's muted. She's muted. Yeah.
Unmute yourself, Sally.
I was just saying that I'm definitely a little bit of a night owl, but I'm definitely not a Dracula.
Yeah. No, that was a joke, by the way. That was a joke.
I had some friends from Scotland, so I took them out, and.
Right. Good stuff. So good to see you. Have you been following, and what are you making of the narrative?
Not this particular story.
Are you having a party there?
No.
Disco dancing.
This was their show. Let me mute it. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. You can play the music. The only thing is you have to get up and dance for us. That's the only thing. If you're not getting up to dance, then you can't. You ought to YouTube will copyright me.
I don't know how to dance Niger. I dance like a Congolese.
Oh, Congolese. Oh, they are good. I was going to mock, but they actually dance quite well in the Congos. Yeah.
That's where I'm from now.
No, that's not where you're from. That's where your partner is from.
Yeah, my children are from there, so they have the majority in the house.
Okay, that's good.
Celebi, you're smiling too hard today. It's like you're on my level.
No.
She doesn't take the things you take. Celebi is an ajabota.
I'm hungry.
I doubt if she even drinks alcohol.
I'm a social person.
Okay, good.
I have no reason to deny that.
Yes, say no more. Are you as social as Ovie though? Because Ovie
Well, I'm social enough to know people like Ovie, because from my first job at NTA, Young World, I was the one that was recruiting all of them youngsters and connecting them with the Universal Studios. That was how good we were those days.
I thought you were going to say you were the one getting them the Igbo. Remember when you just said you are as social as Ovie, that just put me in mind of a story that's been making the round. This is not something we've covered, but now this guy from Sky Super TV CEO that lost his life. They found some Osifo Ataga, the chief executive of Super TV. I'm not sure if you have been following that story or not. So he's a billionaire guy. He's the chief executive of a television station called Super TV. Osifo Ataga, his name is. So he has this side chick, a young girl from Unilag. He's 52, 53 thereabout, but he's now having this side chick, 21-year-old girl from Unilag. They have their tryst, their liaisons in Airbnbs in Lekki, etc., Banana Island. But then of course their dealings is always infused with drugs and alcohol, etc., and they were high, and then this girl ended up stabbing him to death. So that's that's the hot news
well, sad, really sad news. I've not heard it, but that is really sad. I've not been on WhatsApp a lot today, so I didn't really get. I was really busy.
Yeah, you've been partying. We can hear the.
No. I've been doing my business, so I'm hustling.
It's everywhere now. Sorry to interrupt. It's everywhere. That guy just ended up billionaire life.
But look how fine that girl is, though. That 21 years old.
But you see, you don't know. You don't know what they were doing, how they were talking, what they were doing. Like when our guy comes on, he will say, "You know how we do it." You don't know how they do it. So you don't know until all those things emerge. You don't know how they do it. Because there are some people who are very violent in the way that they interact, and things can go wild, and you don't know what they are taking. That's all.
Yes. It's just
I said this girl might not know what she did. I said this because they were interviewing the girl.
It's just a tragedy. It's a tragedy all the way through. A 52-year-old man who has managed to gather a life for himself, a billionaire. And then, so he is dead, and then a 21-year-old girl, and she has admitted killing him, so her life is over too at 21. So a tragedy all the way through.
But they have to look at it within the jurisdiction of the jurisprudence, rather, of the circumstances actually.
No, I think she is going with her self-defense. I think that's the narrative.
Exactly. So whichever way they put it, because they were so close and they were intimate at the time all these things transpired, it's going to look more like a manslaughter rather than murder.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying capital punishment, but she's tarnished. She'll almost certainly serve a jail term, and then of course she will carry the weight of it throughout the rest of her life. So that's what I meant. But yeah.
One man, we have enough problem in Nigeria. Let me tell you, these things are happening every day, even here as we speak. You know, in this UK, this is the worst country ever when it comes to social life, because they don't even understand social life, but they want to have it by fire, by force. And it's not like that. The way we Nigerians understand each other, and the way we especially in the south, and this is the beauty of Nigeria. I don't know who they laugh for, but it's true.
Now I hope you won't start telling us stories about Port Harcourt girls, because we've heard how dangerous they are. All those Port Harcourt girls.
Because Port Harcourt girls are very intelligent. Number one.
All those Rivers girls. We are out there.
Port Harcourt girls, number one, they are fine. Number two, they are very intelligent. Number three, they don't need your money. They don't need your money. If they like you, they like you.
No, but they have a reputation. They have a reputation of being skilled, especially in other departments. But
don't generalize. That is
no.
What is wrong with being skilled? Let me tell you what I was telling one of my guests today. I told him, the guy on the table who was doing all the paying. I told him, a white guy. I told him, listen, right? We women, we've already agreed to. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Carry on.
Yeah. What I told him, I said to him, listen, right? We women, we have to go. Sometimes you have to go with your own blessing. Our blessing is that we're going to make the place colorful. We're going to be witty. We're going to be watching all the bad people coming in and out, and we're going to warn you. It's up to you to take it. You are the what do you call it? You are the CEO, but we are the stars. We are the stars. You are the CEO. We are the stars. So take all the big job, but we are the stars. Remember to keep nourishing us so that we can actually remain stars. Otherwise, we'll turn to dog. We'll turn to dog.
No. But
sorry, I have a question for you, Sally.
Yes. No, don't call her Sally. You have to go the silky tones that is Sally B. Yes. Yeah, so go on now, engineer. I just carry on.
Where are you from?
The comedian on your own.
Yeah. Original, yeah.
I said one man is a
I'm a Londoner.
Original.
Originally, originally I was born in Lagos, Victoria Island. So I was born, and after that moved to a city called Port Harcourt.
It's not asking for your bio. It's just a ethnicity. What is your? I'm a Yoruba man from Oyo laughing. What are you? That is what it's asking.
And so what? In River State, we are all from different places, even though we all call ourselves Ijo. Me, I'm from My mother is from Abua and my father is from Odual, and then that's the Abua Odual local government, which basically my parents were the one that made it like that, which I am against it. Abua Odual, even though I love my both parents, but I just felt
the sum total of that speech, which is that is expensive red wine talking, but let me condense it into bread and butter. She's an Igbo woman, is essentially what she's saying, engineer. She's an Igbo woman.
Not an Igbo woman from the Igbo nation, but I'm not an Igbo woman.
Okay, what are you?
I'm an let me just say that
she's an international citizen, a citizen of no.
I'm a Nigerian woman.
A citizen of no means.
Until when Nigeria sees this, I am a Nigerian woman.
She doesn't want to be defined or qualified with your narrow terms. Of course, I mean, and you don't even have to tell anybody. We all know she's an Ajebota.
Me, I eat ogbono soup every day.
Look at that.
Look at that. Do you know when last I ate butter and bread? I don't even eat bread.
Well, you know, all your Victoria Island born silver spoon.
No, in the morning I eat yam.
Look at that.
With fried egg and stew.
You see?
That's my breakfast.
This is the thing. They want to associate with the common man.
Mama, when is your birthday?
Oh, September the 18th, Sister.
Okay, so you're Scorpio, no wonder.
No, I'm a Virgo.
Yeah, Virgo, no wonder, because I know Virgo very well.
Yeah, but to the politics, Celibi, I'm not quite sure if let's see what we can get out of you. Sorry, how many glasses of wine have you had, Celibi? Because I can hear the wine, but did you consume it or has it consumed you?
Maybe you should come and have some.
Look at that. So it's still ongoing. The party goes on. But to the space, Borno State we were talking about, 30 nursing students were suspended for a week for not coming out to greet Malam Buhari when he went on tour there. And we thought that was in poor taste. But what we thought was even in poorer taste is Emmanuel Iwanyanwu coming out in Owerri to ask the Fulani communities to give him a bill of the losses that they have suffered from IPOB and ESN, and he was going to write them a check. So we were speaking to those things, and of course Buhari, but in London as we are speaking now, for his regular 6 weeks injections that he comes there for. So to all of that.
You see, my only problem, right? Let me just start from where it even concerns me first, and that's the Iwanyanwu one. You see, this is the problem. We are in a very big problem in that south, especially in the southeast, you know, because to be quite honest, I know how the Niger Delta operates through thick and thin. There's nobody that ever comes. It's very hard, amongst the Jaws especially. John Nation, call it that way. For we, Jonathan, all of us, we are part of John Nation. We're not necessarily Joe per se in the way that is put right there at back home. But we're part of it because we're all part of that culture, part of that politics, and part of that heritage in a way, to a percentage or a certain degree. But you know, this is the issue. When you see all that time when all those things were going on, it's not as if everybody liked what the militants were doing in the Niger Delta, but there was a voice for them. There was a voice. There was also the civil voice that was saying that these guys are doing this because of this. We had a voice for them. We had a voice, the intellectual voice for them. We were lobbying for them. We were going about, even when Asari was arrested, I know what, as a collective community, what we did to ensure that he was released, and even up to Jonathan going in, I know all what we collectively did amongst the Jaw nations, I would say. You know, I don't know about the queries per se, but I'm sure a lot of them also we are party to this, and we kept with one voice, and that was the reason why there was a little bit of a shake-up. Even the British government was interested, to the extent I saw a review by the BBC about Asari Dokubo that was such an excellent CV. Everything good was said about Asari Dokubo in that BBC's review. that his father is a judge and all that. He's articulate, he's intelligent. You know, this is BBC talking about outside Dokubo. No. But you see, also it can be about the oil. But let me tell you something, right? Even if it's because of the oil, mind you, the whole rationale about what I'm trying to say, going back, is I'm trying to say that keeping a one voice in any movement, just like in you and your sisters, you know the kind of fights you have over even food, plate of rice that you can just send. You and your sister can start exchanging blows inside your father's kitchen. That kind of thing, sibling thing, you know. But you know, when you come outside, you're all one voice. One voice, and without
you know what you're saying. You know what you're saying. That used to be a very Nigerian thing. I'm not quite sure if it still is. We can gather here and quibble amongst ourselves and do all the ethnic thing. But if we'll be tied if a foreign person comes in and criticizes Nigeria, we will gather together and give that person a beating. And then when that person leaves, we'll go back to our ethnic fighting again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's in the UK. Yeah. In the UK, we've learned that. So that's why I keep telling people, like, yes, in the UK, look, if you know how Igbos have helped me, and if you know how Yoruba people, in fact, Yoruba is on top in terms of help. From when I arrived here, jobs, everything, they know every way.
But still, you went to the Congo, eh? You couldn't find out of the 200 million, eh?
They were very helpful.
To the Congo.
They were very helpful as well. Everybody is helpful here. Uganda is helpful.
They are polygamous, isn't it? One man.
Eh?
Who is polygamous?
Who is polygamous?
One man.
Yoruba men. You know what they call them? Yoruba demons. That's what they call them. Yoruba demons.
That is it about. No, they're the one that making London happen. So I beg, leave them.
The Yorubas.
Because they're very good people.
Igbo, if you follow Igbo, nothing will be happening in London. So leave it.
Yeah, no, they are too busy doing business now.
It depends on who. It depends on who gets
Igbo guys, they just want to do
you know, sometimes I wonder what the Igbos.
What's the meaning of Ale? One man, Ale.
It means side chick, essentially. Yeah.
But why is it that Yoruba, right? Even if the person is not there, he's just a friend, they start referring to the person as a Yahoo. That's one kind of.
Yeah, it's just a term of endearment. It's just really. It's like in England, for instance, they'll call you.
The way it is.
No. It's a bit like in England, and they'll call you love. You're right, love. Love. Yeah, it's just along those lines.
In my language, we have the two.
My people, they call her Ameria.
It's a sort of coverage, but underneath the fancy you sort of.
I remember once one Canadian girl was asking me, she was dating this Nigerian guy, and then he'll be introducing her as his wife, and then she was asking me what it means. That is he proposing or what? I said, well, I don't know, but it's just a common term of reference that's not my wife now, essentially just your babe, your girl is essential. So it's just along those lines. Celibi.
My dear, look, the thing that's happening in Nigeria now, there's only one more thing, because the more we keep going back and...
Let me ask you this question regarding this Nwanya. Do you see it as if maybe it's another move to, just take money to the north to finance the next president?
Look, I don't give a damn about that man, right? Because I remember writing a letter.
Just send money there.
Yes.
I open check he gave.
No,
so
when I
just strategy to push money so that when
I was standing as a publicity secretary of the South People's Assembly Europe, right? I remember drafting a letter to, I think then, who was it, Tony Blair or somebody? And in this letter, what we were trying to push forward was the Enugu conference. I don't know if you remember that. And in that Enugu conference, they had some kind of resolutions about, getting the presidency to the South and so on and so forth. I remember articulating all of these, putting it together, and we had a very favorable response from then Tony Blair, for that matter. He was really on our side in all that we were trying to propose and project to him. So you know, when I see all this, the way they're all going about now, I don't know.
So how did Nwanyam truncate that, or what did he do to your?
What I'm trying to say is that he was one of the persons that gathered that Enugu conference for us to have a one voice as to project that we should have the presidency and blah 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 and so many other things. Tony Anini was also there. All of them, they were there, right? They made all this, you know, very good propositions to actually help the Southeast and the South. But what I'm trying to say now is that him coming to take one particular side and maybe thinking in his head that he probably would want to go against. Listen, as far as I am concerned, if you're not going to take consideration into the numbers, I don't care whether they are poor, uneducated, ill-educated, if you are Kanakba, what we call a Kanakba in Port Harcourt. I don't care what they are, Amala or Omale or whatever. These are human beings, right? And they also have their numbers. And as long as the government should be for the people, everything should actually come from the people. Just because they are poor doesn't mean that you have to undermine the fact that they are all followers of Nnamdi Kanu. And because it kind of resonates with them. Unfortunately, it shows where they have lost out on actually in their leadership, and where Nnamdi Kanu has grabbed the opportunity and is actually relating with. So they cannot, you know, just put those people aside just because you are carrying on your baby kagbada. Look, we don't care.
No, I think it's just playing to the money. I think it's after something. But thank you, Sally. I want to start rounding it off, but I want to narrow it down to Sally, Ovie, and Bia. So I'll start taking last comments. So I'll start with you, Igbo, then I'll go to engineer, and then the people that are then I'll take. Yeah. So Igbo, just a few words.
Let me repeat the issue of this Air Fire presidency versus. Please, who do you say they are fronting these people? You say they are fronting Tambuwal and Air Fire.
Yeah, Tambuwal and Bala Mohammed. Bala Mohammed.
Okay. I want to ask the audience a question. I want to ask this for everybody, even viewers. Do we think that any of these candidates will have a Buhari endorsement? And if
but they are PDP. They are PDP. Bala Mohammed and Tambuwal are PDP.
And that's what I'm saying. I said, do you think Buhari will endorse any candidate, even in his APC? And if he does, how do we think that will go? Is he going to promote that person, or is he going to promote that person's chances of leading?
Well, I think we overrate this Buhari. He's a democratic president. His tenure runs out, and he has to hand over to somebody. So, you know.
I'm trying to understand your question, Google. I don't know. Are you saying Buhari?
Okay, you are not understanding me. I said, with Buhari throw his weight, like when Obasanjo was leaving, he had the Yar'Adua hand to hand and placed him before the country. Isn't it? Obasanjo, when he was leaving. I said, do you think we will see such a thing from Buhari?
Of course.
Yes. Why not?
I don't think he will, you know. I think he's too tired.
Now, it depends. They will select his appearance. Then they will use the excuse for the other ones because of his health or whatever. But why not? Now, party now. He has to. As this
if he go forward to endorse anybody, I believe that person will fail. I don't know how that's.
Yeah, because because the country hates him. The country hates him. That's the thing.
So if you come and put you there, we will think that you want to work for them.
Country will hate him, but they will use money to please the country. That's just it.
And they will rig the election.
But do they still have money for that?
All right.
If they give us
in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
When that time reach, all these billions where they say they miss every year and there, so that's
all right. To work. Yes, of course. They look it usually for the elections. But thank you, Igbo.
Not ticket. I believe Tambuwal will have the thing.
Oh yes, because that Bala Mohammed is too extreme. He's always on the news defending the headsmen, and people remember these things. Yeah.
My brother, no, even the North will not vote them. I'm the one telling you. nobody will vote these people, Bala and this Erufai. If you talk of somebody like Kambowa now, even myself, I can support, I can jump, leave my south and I support him.
You mean Tamboa and Wiki?
Don't forget it.
All right. All right. Thank you. Okay.
And Mr.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Igbo, for reasons of time. Okay. So we hear your words as well, engineer, and then engineer. Just a few words from you.
Okay. Nothing much to say. Sally Owela.
Owela.
Is that your candidate, Okonji Iweala?
No, we speak Rivers.
Oh, right. Okay.
You said
see?
Imela, Emeka. What were you trying to? Owe. That's Ikwere.
Look at that.
Obroma.
I don't know who is more Nigerian, engineer or VA. Because or Bia too, because Bia speaks a bit of Yoruba too.
Bia no go know this one. This one a different kind of Igbo. This Igbo is a very.
But he speaks Hausa Bia.
I'm sorry, Bayelsa recruited me in 2009 to compete for them. Can you be there?
But you don't speak the language. No, you're just that's a hired gun now. You're a mercenary.
Away.
All right. Engineer showing off his skills.
No, really. To be honest, when you come to sorry.
No, carry on, engineer, because I'm just looking to So carry on.
Yeah, when you come to Nigeria, the way I see how this guy just come out and try to settle the Fulanis, I just give up now. The president will come from Hausa, the vice president will come from Igbo, while the Yoruba will take the Senate. That's all.
Yeah, so nothing changes. It's just a revolving door.
Nothing changes. And the Igbo vice president, they will turn it just like our vice president, current one, that is doing coffee and tea, according to your words.
Exactly. Houseboy.
Houseboy, exactly.
All right. Thank you, engineer. I will reconvene again tomorrow. Thank you. Baba Kure, are you still with us? Oh, I think Baba Kure may have gone to his bed.
I have a question for Sally B.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see if... okay. Baba Kure, I forgot you. Okay, I think Baba Kure has left us. Okay, carry on with your question.
Sally B, this is you a Bayelsa person. What do you think of Ben Bruce, who during his time at the Senate, instead of him to the advocate for him people for the Riverine area,
that one no be Onyibo man self. Ben Bruce is an Onyibo man.
Even an electronic vote, he go the advocate for electronic car. So I don't know how you consider that is representing will benefit from electric car with the education on top of that. So I mean, what's your take on that? What do you think?
I better not be from my mouth. They go yes, so you go mess.
But that's the way of the future, though. What is wrong with advocating
that was one thing we used to say sometimes. We even go on. Let me tell you something, right? That guy, right? First and foremost, when he got elected in, even though he was saying that there was a coronation and blah 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 right in the Guba one, and then he went on to do the senatorial one, which he managed to try and get a position there, and then he was going on, he's going to gift his clothing allowance to the people and blah 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 blah. And after that, what did you see? We were in Bayelsa there. You know, when the Yaradua came to visit, some people were saying a monkey na come greet them. Now monkey na come back from jail. Wallahi, this is what they tell you. If you see how Bayelsa was shaking that, they said they will disgrace everybody. I spent time in Bayelsa, because then I had, project I wanted to do with these women, but not like monkey kwa. Now in the answer person for there. So the people said, one very nice guy, I won't mention his name, but he's a very good man, the only good man in that Bayelsa. You know what he did? He hurriedly went and made an airport with Poto and everything. Where was Ben Bruce then? Ben Bruce didn't even know.
Is he considered an indigent?
He doesn't even put his leg. Let me tell you, I don't want to even talk bad about Ben Bruce because, his older brother is my godfather. He's like a father to me and he looks after me. He makes sure that I'm always okay. but he feels that is too. Look, when he was doing his what do you call it? That is whatever Silverbird. When Silverbird had nothing, we were the ones who were modeling there at Silverbird. We were the ones who were modeling and doing all these shows. You know, I even took some of his people to Port Harcourt.
What do you think about
as a promoter? I promoted them in Port Harcourt.
So what do you think about the Guinness, the World Guinness record they pull up with this dancer, Kefi? Were you around that time?
Where are you taking us to?
By that time, I think I'd come over when this girl won that dancing marathon. But I follow Nollywood. I mean, basically, because I came from that background, so I follow everything that's going on around Nollywood.
Yeah, you come from a show business. You come from a show business. But
I don't know the politics
but to be honest, Ben Bruce, I will not really. He's not a community. He's not somebody who can sit with community.
Is it a son of the soil? Is it the son?
He's a son of the soil. You need to know his brother FB. His brother is the most popular one. FB Francis Bruce. Everybody in Port Harcourt, they know Francis Bruce. He's a father. He's a godfather. You know, he's the one. Everybody give everybody a hug, give everybody a slap even, and give everybody come on. Take this, that. He ordered me one time to even cut my hair, and I had to cut the hair. But let me tell you something, right? So there are people.
Dollar talking that way.
No, it's true. This is what I tell you. When my mom passed, I went with some braids. I was coming to.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's traditional.
No, nobody was talking about that. But he took me to a salon and ordered them to, chip my hair off, and I could not. Of all rebels, I could not talk. And they chip the hair off because he's like a father. He looks after us. He's concerned, that kind of thing. So it's no way to compare. Brian Bruce has some very good points too, I must say, in the Senate.
The only thing I used to like about him was that Miss Intercontinental that he used to do. So that's the only thing that.
No, aside from that, he brought quite a lot of good things.
That was our introduction to fine babes back in those days.
Even the Miss Universe that we won, Port Harcourt girl won Miss Universe.
What did he do for him constituency? We vote for.
That is what I'm.
No, forget constituency. Who does anything for?
He's never been there.
So, but that's what I'm sure. You are from Riverland area. Your people know who gets speedboat on top of that. You are looking for electric car.
They are Lagosians don't go home. They don't go to the village.
And then I need to talk about common sense. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's just a clown. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Just your words, Ajanle Koko.
Oh yeah. It's unfortunate that we have a president that is not educated. Or even if he's educated, his level of education is nothing to write home about. And that is why we see our country in this situation we are going through. He didn't surround himself with right-minded people that can, advise him right and, help him, to unite the country and to help the country to grow. So, and that is what happened in is it Borno State when he traveled there, and because some girls did not come out to cheer him up, and they have to suspend them from school. It tells us that we have set of leadership that does not value education. So they don't care about education. That's why they can suspend girls from school for 1 week. So they're going to lose 1 week schoolwork because they did not go out to cheer up the president. So it's unfortunate. And if we look back, even Jonathan before him, the same thing he did. He played the politics of exclusion and surrounded himself with corrupt people as well. And the corruption and the destruction of that country economy started from his home, from him. Buhari double up on it. We need This is a
And
lesson for everybody.
Obasanjo did everything very perfect, didn't he? Please, people, leave Jonathan alone. Please deal with Buhari. Deal with your Buhari. Leave Jonathan alone.
No, we do not leave Jonathan alone. Don't defend Jonathan because
hold on, Ajanle Koko. Salibi, just in quick succession, give me your top 3 Nigerian presidents. We know they are all failures, but in terms rate, give me top 3 Nigerian presidents as far as by your reckoning.
If I want to choose a Nigerian president, I will take
in first, second, and third
including
order.
Including military.
Just whoever has sat in that first seat.
Okay,
yeah.
Including military. Number 1, I'm going to take Babangida. Number 1. Then number 2, I'm going to take Goodluck Jonathan. And number 3, I'm going to take Shehu Shagari.
All right, thank you. So Ajan Lekoko, just a round of your comments.
Okay. When Obasanjo handed over government to Jonathan, he handed over a country without debt, no debt at all to Jonathan. Jonathan running for 6 years with all the money, with all the oil money that was coming in. Huge. How much was price of oil there? Maybe $100 plus, 150. With that, he could not manage it well. He incurred external debt of $28 billion just within the short time that he was there. And the what do you call this? This money that Obasanjo was saving in central bank, this SS2 oil account, he bankrupted. Obasanjo refused to give that money to all those criminal governors and all those corrupt governors. Jonathan came and shared the money among all of them.
But they took him to court. They took him to court.
You said what?
They took him to court about the sovereign this thing. So he had no choice. He was somebody who's a Democrat. Excuse me. They took him to court and they won. Amechi was the one that led it. They went to court and basically they were told to release that fund to governors. What do you want him to do? He was following the ruling of the courts.
Which court? This is
Amechi and its governors forum. Amechi particularly. You know, that was where their problem started. And so, I should remind you, because and then that money was now divided to them.
With all those money, he shared it among the corrupt. When Obasanjo, they have been kicking for this thing when Obasanjo was there. But
that is not true, man. Obasanjo wanted to go for third term too. He wasn't good. And basically, he killed...
defending Jonathan, man. Jonathan started the destruction of that country. He started the messing up of the country.
I rate Jonathan too. In fact, this
we want to defend our people.
That's rubbish.
To say the truth. Yoruba people are the ones that even start more.
I'm not talking about Yoruba people. I'm not concerned about Yoruba people. I'm only concerned about individuals. By now, you should know that I'm very
Ajale Koko, Selibi is not Yoruba, if that is what you're getting at. I'm
detribalized, if that is the case.
Yes, it's detribalized. She's an international person. She's a
number one, I chose Babangida. I didn't even choose Jonathan. Number one.
What I'm saying is that even when Obasanjo was there, Yoruba stood up against him.
They hated him. They hated him.
Obasanjo sold Transcorp, sold what's it called now, ITT, and all the night.
And Ovie come in because I know you want to put your Bukasi or something.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Libi, don't continue to defend Jonathan.
No, but what about Obasanjo? He was the one that started all this corruption. Because to be quite honest, he's
paid off your loan. He's that gave a free.
Well, that's Okonjo-Iweala. She went and she was forward for that. You know, Okonjo-Iweala was the one who actually went there to the Paris clubs.
But Obasanjo appointed her.
Yeah, he gave her the allowance. One thing I liked about Obasanjo is that if he knows that you're talented talented or creative, he will just allow you to go and do what you want to do, you know. But just tell him what you want. But he was not really, when it comes to the governance itself, he was very authoritative. He was just a military man. What are you saying? And you know how many people he killed in Odi?
As opposed to Buhari, who is a
How many
liberal.
people did he kill in Odi? How many people he killed in Odi? What are you talking about?
What of the Jonathan that was not?
If not that Britain warned him, he would have killed Asare Dokubo.
Maybe Goodluck Jonathan should have been a bit more authoritarian. Maybe that would have served him better.
The guy is too civilized. The guy is too civilized for that kind of life.
All right. Sally, let Ajanle Koko round off. Otherwise, we'll do another 3-hour session. And you, oh no, hold on. Yeah, okay. Private chat, but let Ajanle Koko carry on. Yeah.
So what has happened? If Jonathan has handled the economy of that country and did not play politics of the exclusion against Yoruba people, he would have won the election, and maybe what we are going through today we will not be going through. So it's a lesson to all Nigerians to know whoever
to love
they are
Yoruba.
voting for.
We do.
To stand by the truth and not stand by all these politics of ethnicity. So that's my take for today.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Baba Akure, we see you.
Sally B, read the private chat.
Good. Thank you for having me
Read
back.
the private.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Just want to briefly put a quick contribution before I go on my bed. Anyway, well, I will start with the issue of Jonathan. So I am not here to defend anybody, and I'm not here to accuse anybody, but the truth must be told. Jonathan is the person who lead us to the situation we are right now. I as a person, I supported Goodluck Jonathan in 2000 and I think it was 2000 was it 2011? 2011 after.
Yes, 2011 after Yaradua died.
Yaradua. I personally campaigned for Jonathan in every angle. But when I saw the level of corruption that was going on in the country, where Disani Madueke alone is controlling billions of dollars, as a matter of fact, she was one of those cabal that is running Jonathan here and there. There is no doubt about that. We all know that because she moved from Minister of Aviation to Minister of Petroleum. She is the person that was running the whole show, taking money, and our president was so confused when they asked him on the international stage, "Where are your military?" He said they should be where they are. They should be somewhere where he doesn't know as a leader of the country. Anyway, let's just put that apart. So he's the person that led us to this, that made us believe that this boo-boo man will try his best to sanitize the country, particularly from corruption. He is even worse, more than Jonathan. It is occurrence that we have been seeing in Nigeria for a very long time, at least since I was born. I've been hearing it will be better in Nigeria, and it is never better. And I don't think it's going to be better. It's not going to be better with what we are saying right now. So now I will jump to issue of Aberibe. Is it Aberibe or whatever?
Abaribe.
Okay, Aberibe. Okay. Nobody can accuse Aberibe for wearing shirts. The shirt did not depict blasphemy of Buhari, though indirectly the shirt speaking about dot on the map, but it still doesn't criticize. I mean, it still doesn't have negative impact on Buhari. So I don't think anybody will arrest him for that. So it's just like I wear Oduduwa Nation shirt now. So somebody will come and arrest me for wearing Oduduwa Nation. So that is a funny
You say that, but I heard this story of this guy once that wore a Biafra t-shirt going to Nigeria and he was arrested at the airport.
Because it is Biafra. I'm very sorry to say this. In Nigeria, we know ourselves. As we stand right now, unless if we are not telling the truth, Hausa Fulani is the first-class citizen, Yoruba is the second-class citizen, while Igbo is the third-class citizen. That is how it is.
Is that the marginalization now or discrimination? You answer it.
No, well, it will tell you his reality.
Let me just.
I don't believe that. Okay, I'll let you carry on.
No, hold on. Which part of that don't you believe in terms of how the Nigerian society functions?
It's just that, like now. I'll give you a simple narrative if you don't interject here.
Go on.
So now I'm one of the children of a man, yeah, and then he wants to treat me like a third, a third class in my own father's house. It's left for me to accept that position or not, even though people might see the situation and say, oh, it looks as if that I am being treated, or my father treats me like a third person out of the whole children. It depends on me if I'm going to. I will not accept that. It's not true. That is what you see. It's what you can see, but that narrative doesn't fit in every Igbo's life.
Okay, fair enough. Let Babakure land this point. And then,
There's nothing like in Nigeria. There's no class. It's just corruption. No class.
Okay.
But that's how I see it. Because right now we can see what is going on in the eastern part of Nigeria. If they don't know what they are doing. I'm telling you, that is the class. So now the time will come now. We don't know if they are going to come to Southwest now to attack Yoruba agitators. We don't know yet. But that is what I think anyway. That's how I see it anyway. So let me just put that aside. So nobody can accuse Aberibe for wearing that shirt because he is not. It's not affecting government in any way. Now the issue of is it Nwanyang or what his name?
Yes, Emmanuel Nwanyang. Ondubiologbo.
Is it Emmanuel Nwanyang or?
Yes, Emmanuel Nwanyang. Back in the day, we would say Nwanyang Ondubiologbo, but carry on.
Nwanyang and ABERIBE, two of them are competing the other time that were popular in the eastern part of Nigeria anyway. Anyway, I don't think he's talking on behalf of Igbo. He's just trying to protect his own empire. That is how I see it, because they are in the same class. Whatever is not going to benefit them, they are not going to talk about it. It's just like Tinubu also. Tinubu went to northern part of Nigeria, donated 40 million naira. Meanwhile, he never donated money for those who were killed during NSAS. He never donated money to those those people that are shot born in Ibadan. He never made mention of anything about those who are killed in Barapa. So this is the way these people are behaving. So they are trying to protect their own right. And I'm going to say something here anyway. It may. I don't know if evolution is here today. Evolution is part of that group anyway.
Evolution is busy. Evolution is one of the people sponsoring Anambra election as we speak now. So he's busy, making sure that his candidate wins.
Oh, okay. These are the people that protect their own interests. So that is why they don't want to do what to go. They don't want Biafra to go because they are protecting their own interests. So that is for Nwanyang. It's not. I don't see him talking on behalf of Igbo people. He's just trying to to support his boss so that he can get his dollar every single month. So I don't think he's talking for Igbo anyway. And if he's talking for Igbo, right? I mean, if he talking for Igbo, how many of those people that you want to repay back for what government has done to them too? Because even the damage in the eastern part of Nigeria is even more than that of a cow that he's talking about. So why did he discuss about that too? Or just let them go and tell me how much people they've killed.
This is it. It's all politics.
The government already destroyed. I want to build it back. So if you look at that, you will see that he and Tinubu and all these people, they are in the same group. They don't care about their own home, but they want to look good outside because of their own selfish interest.
And that is the reason, Baba Akure,
right.
that if you really want to go into this movement, right, you can see that somehow that you can even see that somehow that Jonathan has been silent in a way. He has not been saying so much. If you really want to get this movement going in the way that you want, because I know what you want to do Odua, right? Please stop criticizing Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, because he did his best within what he could do. He was not a petroleum minister.
Because he's your tribesman.
No, not at all.
Let her finish.
To be honest, I want to be very objective here.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I might have some affiliation, and some kind of.
Is that the first time in Ijo land for somebody to be objective?
Jonathan's village and my village is just across each other.
Look at that.
So
look
it's
at
like
that.
my brother. We speak the same language. Let me tell you something, right? Yes. If you keep criticizing Jonathan Goodluck, because he was there as a democratic government, when people were rioting and doing that, he didn't do nothing to them. The only one thing I know that he ever used a little bit of bulldoze was because Fayemi was talking too much, and he managed to get Fayoshe back in there. So it's all one and the same anyway. There's no big deal and no much difference. But to be quite honest, Jonathan was somebody that, when people shout, he listens. Even when the people shouted about the oil subsidy, he left it. He was not the petroleum minister. It was just DEJI. DEJI probably didn't even have enough experience and all that kind of thing. And you see, all the things that you people keep blaming DEJI, especially those of you who are from the southwest, you should realize that DEJI.
Are we the one holding name? Is it not the Malams that are holding her?
I'm talking about DEJI.
No, but it's the Malams that are holding DEJI now.
The guys from the southwest, we are party to it. And they
it's the Malams. No, it's the Malams.
They were the one who were enjoying all the yachts and everything with Naomi Campbell and everything. Come on.
Remember that I said.
Ajahn Koko is going to a few more words. Baba Akure, because Ovie wants to leave. So yeah, so good. Yeah.
I did mention that I personally campaigned for Jonathan in 2011. It doesn't really matter to me. Like somebody said on this show the other time, it doesn't really matter where that person came from. Once you do the needful, I think it was Victor said that. Yeah, it was Victor. It doesn't really matter. Either you are from Bibio or you are from Ijo or you are Ogoni or whatever. Once you do the needful, I am saying to you, I'll be hearing this over. Nigeria will be better. Nigeria will be better. Nigeria will be better. Is what I've been hearing since I was born. Up to now, we try our best. We try all we could. But it's not working. It's not an issue of shifting blame to anybody.
Okay.
The same man from Abeokuta, Obasanjo, all of them are all thieves. It doesn't really matter.
All right, Baba, could I just round it off in a few more words?
Aberibe arrested. Did you see the flash?
No, let's go to Ovie because otherwise we'll just be in a conversation. So thank you, Baba Akure. Let's hear from you, Ovie. I think you are about to leave. That babe,
I should due time.
Yeah, I'll be there with you in a few minutes. Saleh B, I beg to disagree with you on Goodluck for to me, good luck is the only.
Did you not say you wanted to rush off? Now you are going to start a conversation. I had to excuse Baba Akure because of you.
Okay, maybe that's another time. But I think what to Ajaleko, we made mention of Buhari did not, bring like minds to build the country together. I see it in a different way because I would say Buhari succeeded in bringing his own like mind.
No, he said he didn't bring the best minds, which is quite different.
Okay, yeah. So he bring his own like mind, the best mind to that bring his, and he succeeded in doing that. Because if you remember, when the big boys, they bring this man to power, at the same time, they have this idea that they can control the country. Buhari just want to be president, then they will run the things. If you remember, Tinubu was busy making sure it is take over control of the lower house. He's also going for the Senate leadership until, what's his name? Saraki beat him to it. So as they were struggling, if you remember, Buhari did not do anything. He actually gave a space of 6 months where everybody say, wait, minister, where this? The man, where all those men, they wrestle, trying to occupy all these seats, he just busy, they decide to bring all the men to go for these juicy places. And before you know, it was really, even though when Tinubu submit names of ministers and all that, he decided to go flip it around them. So the same thing might happen. That's why Buhari so much get grip on the power, because those men were struggling, just busy occupy the juicy place. So that's why I keep bringing them, saying, nah, then be a problem. The likes of Tinubu, and they are still like this. At the end of the day, they go still fight to make sure they occupy all this space. Then one man with them on the red, where they go bring from group decide to. That's why I see when what's his name? Is this that the saying that I will fight will become president. At the end of the day, now 2 people that go bring to us. You don't get choice. 2 people. If they bring 2 L5 and the devil, other devil, what choice do you have? So why would they say, well, no, this one no fit, this one no fit, this one? It's not up to us. They go package you one man. Or 6 months to election, they go package you.
No. You see, this thing that I was going to just let you have a run through because of reasons of time, but this narrative that you have that they can use image makers to present anybody, I think you need to knock it on the head. That person has to have pedigree first before the image makers. They say you cannot. Hold on. They say I don't have political pedigree. Maybe even Salibi has political pedigree, but I don't have political pedigree. You cannot polish a turd. You cannot polish it. No. You have to have something to build on. Now you talk about Buhari. Buhari had a lot to build on. Buhari was a known quantity. So forget these image makers. They are not Professor Pella.
If they can't, we'll see now. Let's see the best way they will bring that. We'll see that anyone that is not popular, you see what I'm talking about.
All right, thank you.
Good luck is not a stand. Good luck is just somebody who doesn't understand power.
No, good luck was yes, exactly. He had no idea. Because the person that understands power, like him or not, is Buhari. He knows how to use power, and the potency.
And Nigerians are addicted to power.
Yes.
Nigerians love power.
Great Nike Obasanjo. Yaraduwa are Democrats.
Nigerians like to be flogged.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Prof. Ovie, we'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Or text me. I'll text you something. All right. Prof, let's hear from you. We're seeking to round off, so just short words. Prof. Okay, you are smiling, so that means you can hear me.
Okay, wait.
You have to unmute yourself, Prof.
You're hearing me now?
Yeah, just short words because we're now pushed for time.
Even though I didn't join the discussion on time, but the caption that caught my attention is that of Abaribe.
Oh no, that story has been disproved. So so you can. That was fake news. Yeah.
Okay, thank God it's true, but I'm not surprised if it gets touched. The only thing I have to say is simply based on all discussions going on this matter. The nation is in disarray, and it being put together to basically that peace, love, and is not going to be easy. people on seat of power not just helping matters. So me, I think it's high time that people start thinking of how to get us out of this.
Okay,
Or think of
brilliant.
how to disintegrate. These are options. Let me leave you people here.
All right, thank you. Regards to your daughter, we miss her. She usually announces your. Okay, yeah, well, okay. Thank you, Prof. Mike, quick words from you.
Hey, I don't have much to say, man. I just kind of want to throw an advice, See, those of us that want Nigeria to break, man, I think the best thing we should start doing now, instead of crying every day, let's all join behind those that are agitating for the Oduduwa Republic and behind Senator Abaribe for Oduduwa Nation and the Dutch Nation. Understand?
The John Nation.
The Dutch Nation.
He always comes to make some men.
You're just talking. Come on, get coherent.
No, he comes here. He comes here for beer. I think. What you know what it is. Said it.
Baba Chris should have said that, man.
You know what? Let me talk to Celibi. You know what it is, Celibi.
Yeah.
Beer. Mike. He fancies beer. He doesn't know how to express it, so he comes with aggression. You know, back in primary school, when you go and pull the hair of the girl.
Do what I'm saying.
Come on. We all know your game.
He comes back after when Ovie has left.
You see now. You know, Ovie is an athlete.
After Ovie has left now. The honk, sportsman.
The Dot Nation, and then after we get it, then we can change the name from the Dot Nation to something.
Since we have never seen your face before, Mike, coming to cause wahala every time.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Don't show your face. Who wants to see your face?
No, put on the shirt. Put on the shirt, Mike.
No.
You're eating a bar. What are you?
Is it Ishewu?
You see? Look at that.
You can't even drink Star. You are drinking Heineken.
Look at that. He has turned the American fully. All right. Thank you, Mike. I'm good to see you at last. Good to put a face.
That face doesn't resemble him,
No, that's him. I've seen his face before. I've seen his face before. Sometimes,
his look is more pleasant than the
personality. No, he puts on an act. Like I said, no, like I said, he fancies beer. He doesn't know how to express it, so he tries to bully her instead. This is what he does. But Sam is not here to bully anyone. He's here to speak to the politics of the space. So, Sam, quick words from you. Sam. Okay. We'll keep on trying. Every time Sam comes, we never really get to hear from him. So, Victor, to you then.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. See, the problem is, I think I might stop hanging out with you guys.
We're keeping you up late.
You guys are just abroad there.
We are burning your data.
I don't know what I'm going to say now, and you don't get to hear from me again. You see, my real worry here is, in all these things, the big question I keep asking myself is this what I'll continue doing until my kids grow up and continue with this cycle of stories? I don't know whether other people gather to discuss their country like this, but it is obvious that the people we are talking about are not thinking about us. I don't know. The more we talk about these things, the more scared I get. Like, we talk about a president not listening to people, to his people. That's a big word. When a president doesn't listen to his people, that's really, really big, So, in all these things, I don't want to bother whether Goodluck did well or he didn't do well. Sometimes I get to wonder what we as a people want, because you get someone who listens to you, it's a problem. You get someone who uses brute force, it's a problem. I really don't know, but I would always prefer somebody who has a listening ear. It's a recipe for growth. If you can listen, that means you can learn and you can grow. And I don't know if we have ousted Jonathan and we want Twitter not to be banned. We are jokers. We are really jokers. So these things, I don't know. We will discuss it till whenever, but I don't see any solution in sight. I think what
it is in the discussion. It is in the discussion. Is it not that we will come up with a solution? Because we cannot.
No.
I mean,
let me tell you the simple solution now. Start picking your people from here. I think the solution to this country is for everybody to just run away from here. Let this land become fallow. So that
Plan B.
So that, that's I'm not. I can discuss these things from now till tomorrow. But if you sit down to yourself and ask yourself certain questions, you find hopelessness, and it's so unfortunate.
I think the solution to the Nigerian situation is not that far away, and it is not that difficult to reach. But the pathway to it is really what we haven't identified. But certainly, I feel that the situation in the country has reached its crescendo, because I don't think that it can get much more worse before the country implodes. So it is either that implosion or some solution but certainly the solution to Nigeria is not that far away. That much I am convinced in myself of. Yeah.
To me, I personally believe that effective communication could be a big key. All right. What is wrong with the president calling the entire local government?
Oh my
chairman?
God, there you go again. Somebody that said that he's not going to do any restructuring. He has been seeing all those things in paper. He's been seeing it in the media. He's been seeing it in language.
He doesn't know the meaning of it.
He's been seeing it in protest. He's seen it in all kinds of protests. Now all kind of agencies protesting, including NSAS and everything. And he's had people calling him and he's saying that he's not going to do any restructuring, and then you're telling us that why can't we call the president? First of all, you started out very well, Victor, and you were going on about how we should be going, heading towards solutions. Then you now took us back into the dark, very dark past that has actually been, the handwriting is on the wall. And you were telling us we start taking people out, and then next week we should call Buhari.
All right, Victor, sum it up in a few more words.
Victor,
just because
where will you
of
see
time.
Buhari to call? Where will you see him? Tell me the place you are going to see him to go and call him to come and talk with us.
Well, he's in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
We little people. He's going to talk to us. Who are we?
This is the actual reason.
You are dots in a circle. That's who you are. You are dots in a circle.
In the circle. Now you can just fire.
That's the reason why I'm actually in Lagos, because it's closer, to an exit.
It's not about bullying. Sometimes let's go to the point, Bear.
No, one man was calling him a
I know.
No, it's us that is just in the circle. What do you mean, everybody?
We are not. No, we are not.
Very, very hopeless.
That is his
But
own.
hold on, give Victor the chance. Victor will not talk over anybody. Give Victor the chance, please. Oh yeah, Victor, you are not a duck in a circle. You are
That's a bull's eye. That's a bull's eye.
You have that in your.
The problem
One
is.
man, you're a troublemaker.
Hold on. Let Victor land. I have got him, Victor.
The problem is that the solution is very simple, but there is no plan to do the right thing, and that is where makes everybody hopeless. As I am talking to you now, I have lost hope in this country. Plain.
Well, vest your hope in 2023 forward, because all of the permutations will suggest that surely we must have a civilized human being. We cannot have as it was in 2023. So I am vesting hope in that space, and I'll invite you to do the same.
Well, I will be over there with you then, vesting the hope.
No, don't worry. We will go to the pub together and we vest the hope over a pint of beer.
I will not. Instead, I will be in Ghana vesting the hope. I will not be in the mix. I don't even know what's going to happen in 2023. I don't even want to imagine that.
Ghana don't want Nigerians anymore.
You see now.
No. I want a sane environment for my kids. That's all.
Yes, no, that is the number one priority. But thank you, Victor. Hopefully, we will see you again because people love hearing from you. So that was Victor, vesting hope from Ghana. Possibly, this is how fed up people are. So, Celibi, quick words, and then Bia can round it off for us. Celibi, the silky tones of Celibi.
The silky tone of Celibi.
The silky tones.
Today I don't want to be silky. I'm going to tell Victor how he's going to get out of Nigeria as soon as possible with his kid, because I would not want his kid to be in any problem or to be beaten or anything at all to happen to his kid and his wife if he has one. I will show him a way to get out of there very quickly. That's what I will do for him. Because what is going on in Nigeria now? Me, I've just said laughing about everything because we've walked. We're just getting to nowhere. And we cannot get into nowhere if we do not put everything back in a scratch. May I say it the way it is. Scratch everything out and recarve. Even as an artist, there's a time when you know that, look, all these things you're patching is not going to work. Look, just erase and restart. If we don't erase and restart, we're just going to be patching, and we're just going to be people that complain, and it's going to wear on us, and we're going to be stressed, we're going to die young, we're going to be ill, and so on. And, there's just not going to be happiness around us because now there's a lot of hatred that cannot be mended so easily. But I feel that if people sometimes, even with your family, sometimes when you separate, you now start loving your sister more. You start missing her. Come to my house now, you cook everything. And when she comes too, she will help you. Same thing with children. Sometimes when they go to boarding school, you miss them. You just start crying. So this is the same way. The way we've been living together has just been one lopsided, and everything, even the constitution, the strategy, everything works against the South. And it works against the South, Southeast, whatever they call them, but it's all one and the same. Look at Lagos, compare it with Kano. And then Kano has 44 local governments. Lagos is still struggling with the same thing as Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Come on, that is not right. So you will know that there are so many tactics and so many strategies, all permutated to make things difficult for the Southerners. Look at what do you call it? Lagos. Lagos is Apapa Port is the only one, but that wasn't the only port too. We still had Calabar Port, which was actually the first one that was officially used in the oil rivers. Then you still have the Bonny, you still have One, then you have the Eleme one. All of the Port Harcourt one, Port Harcourt Gong.
There's absolutely no reason why they should be offloading petroleum products in a place like Lagos. Absolutely no reason.
Exactly, and then they're causing traffic. So with that traffic, you cannot get to where you need to go in time. Take an heap of it in operational times. Time you would have made to sell maybe one bag of groundnut, you sell only half of the groundnut because the time you take to reach the location. These are all the metrics that you have to calculate.
This is why I keep saying that Nigeria is an easy fix. If only we had somebody with a brain.
Just because maybe somebody living in Banana Island, they will now say, Nigeria good. But you are living in Banana Island, whereby you go through 3 gates before you will enter to the place that you want to go. And when you enter there, it's like London, more than London safe. So this is it, and that you use that to measure all those who are dying in villages, drinking dirty water, going to school with water pouring down, and nobody gives a damn. And see, there's no way you're going to begin to polish any of these politicians because they've been made like this from the onset. And even if you thought that before, the previous politicians...
Do you not think that it is the system that corrupts them? Because we were just doing the permutations just the other day that if you had an honest broker coming into the Nigerian political space to come and effect change, it will either last 1 week and they relieve him of the post or even relieve him of his being, or he will join them because the system is so corrupt that it is impossible for an honest broker to go in there and effect anything.
Let me tell you the truth, right? If Nigeria was a business, let's just assume that was a business entity, right? By now, you'll be calling for people at some kind of administration on it. And that administration on it is going to look at everything, and then it's going to tell you exactly what you're going to do, where you're going to cut down, where you're going to do this. That is what the restructuring in principle is supposed to be. But they don't want to listen to anything, because if they do that, mind you, there'll be an auditing, and in that auditing, you now see how many people are holding how many oil wells. You now see how many people are holding. This is the reason why it will not happen.
I've wondered once that if they actually want to do a corruption audit in that Nigerian space, a good 100,000, maybe even 1 million people will be caught up. If we're going all the way from the Shehu Shagari days to Umaru Diko, all the way through Babangida and all this Jeremiah Husseini and all the rest of them, David Mark, and then you're cascading up to Tinubu in Lagos. You're just looting all the way through. They
will not do it. They will not do an audit, and they will not. That corruption thing is just a talk. It's just a talk. Everybody did their own bit of corruption, arresting and whatever. It's just a talk, and that's one thing I kept on trying to tell people that Goodluck Jonathan was like an earlier guy that just jumped in and got locked.
Look at that.
So he was not. He was not in the. No. It's not poor. I said
we is different from them.
No,
so now we and them. Your village guy.
No. Let me tell you. I know Good Luck, right? And I know how he started in Bayelsa and everything. He did very well for himself. He really made a lot of efforts to come up, and he's a distinguished guy. Definitely, he's a gentleman, and he worked hard as a governor. He didn't mess about. He did a very good job in Bayelsa State when he had to take over. He didn't even want it, but when he did, he worked hard. And I still like Alamesia a lot. So that is one man that was always standing tall and fighting and everything. So it's not just talking good of them. Just like you might talk good of your own people too. Wole Soyinka, the other day, the guy didn't remember that he's a lawyer.
No, was that not a sacrilege? Imagine, how can somebody not, that guy should be flogged.
But ask him about Kongi's harvest. What is this Kongi's harvest? How far? You should be writing part 2 of Kongi's harvest.
You were at the age of 89.
Because things are finally falling apart.
That is Junior Achebe. Thank you, Celibi. The silky tones of the elegance that is Celibi. Do you see now why I always push for her to come and we could have talked forever? Thank you, Celi. So, Abia, take it home for us in just a short few words.
All right. Nigeria, for example, let's just assume that Nigeria is a house that is built, and we need to ask ourselves, what sort of foundation is Nigeria built upon? How shaky it is? What are the structures that actually make Nigerian as a house solid? Those structures, are they positive structures that would impact growth, success, togetherness as a country? If those structures are corrupt, which are actually affecting the mindset of Nigerians, both born and unborn, which then plays into their political stages in life, that someone would go into politics forgetting why they have been voted in, and then now start creating excuses for themselves. They are in there for themselves, and so selfish that their mindset, every political mindset in Nigeria is corrupt. And that is why I'm saying the structure, the political structure of Nigeria is faulty. We have two options here: either to knock off the building, which is Nigeria, entirely, and find a solid ground, solid foundation to begin to build Nigeria again, brick by brick, based on integrity, accountability, togetherness, strength and wisdom, using all the political fairness and the academics we can use to build Nigeria and color it the way we want it, to suit us in fairness, involving fairness to every regions of Nigeria, then we are on our way to maybe a better future. But if we don't have that, which I believe that Buhari has done so much damage that the seeds of discord Buhari had already planted is going to germinate. It's so fresh now, but the damage is going to be so terrible. That is what I believe, because he's divided us even more. How are we going to get out of that? We need to think. And that is why I'm thinking, for me, I don't see a way out. I don't even believe that when we knock off that building, we will still not have remnants of the bad eggs amongst us that will actually want to resurrect the old corrupt building of Nigeria. So for that reason, I would say, let's dissolve this Nigeria by means of referendum and let people decide which nation they want to form for themselves, because they deserve that right. There should be no choice of calling a particular person a lord, second-class citizen and third-class citizen. I don't accept that. I think we are better than that, regardless your tribe or region. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bia. A good place to leave it. Bia always rounds it off, and she always really rounds it off in that direction of why don't we just shake hands, wish each other good luck, and go our separate ways. So thank you, Bia. Your thoughts, your thoughts, not mine, but your thoughts nevertheless. So that has been the session. We've been through a myriad of stuff. Nursing students being kicked out of school, at least for a week, for not coming to line the streets for Buhari. DEJI ADEYANJU coming up with his permutations for the PDP, and Igbo businessman signing a blank check to the Malamis. So that has been the session. It's been an enjoyable one. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. If you're not subscribed yet to the channel, then you should really be subscribed, especially if you're coming here regularly, and even if you've stayed here for any length of time. Doesn't cost anything. Just click on the red subscribe button, turn it gray, and that is just your commitment done. So do that right now. I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.